And I was shown that that Lucifer would return, that the UN and the Vatican were going to be completely behind it, again, under false pretenses. He's going to show up and say, I'm here to save the day, right? And, okay, fine, you know.
Yeah, of course,
ahead,
you can say whatever you want. But I've always hated censorship. It's the internet.
Sometimes, you know, once they get you for your first love bite, well, it depends on how aware you are, right?
I forgot my bullets. I never had a gun. Here I am left standing. Am I the only one? For what I see, memories have guilted me. I'll never see the sun.
First of all, as you know, the Anunnaki and the Draco are enemies. Second of all, underneath Baghdad was a stargate that was created by the Anunnaki so that they could transfer from Nibiru to the Earth.
I'll never see the sun. I could just end it all, but the demons will have won.
Magical practitioners that, you know, some are good and some use their magic for good and to heal and to help, and others do use it for evil. And, you know, in some cases, you know, people really were using
This is too much sometimes.
From the broken ruins of Babylon, this is End of Days Radio. I'm your host, Daniel, broadcasting to you all the way from that shimmering Emerald City right here in the heart of the Pacific Northwest. Hello, how are you? Oh my God, I'm so excited to see everybody. Today's date is Friday, April 12th, in the year of our Lord 2024. Oh my, we're in the future again. Today's guest is none other than the crew of the Occult Rejects. Many of you may remember we were visited by NY Patriot in the past. It's my understanding he's not real big on that moniker anymore. He's going by Nick now. Slick Nick from New York City. We'll bring him on in a second. But I just wanted to let everybody know to head over to endofdaysradio.com where you can get an updated list of guests. You can donate to the show. You can grab my email, danielendofdaysradio@gmail.com. If you have a guest suggestion, comments, complaints, you know, you want to write something horrid and awful that you want me to read on air, I'm totally cool with that. If you want to come on the show yourself, that's great. Click on that donate link. You can donate through PayPal or Bitcoin. This show shall remain free for me and for you as long as we keep getting some donations every once in a while. Or even if we don't, let's put it that way. But come on, help me keep the lights on, keep the servers up, and please donate to the show. Also, remember to stick around after the guest because we got a heck of a roundtable Court of Owl session for you guys today. Lots of news stories to talk about. Lots of good personalities coming on air. But I think that's enough jibber jabbering. Let's get with our guest today. There he is.
What's going on?
The man himself.
How are you?
Doing good. What's going on? We're not doing the NY Patriot anymore?
Nah, I'd rather just go by Nick. I'm really, unfortunately, is because I feel like it gets like synonymous with like QAnon.
Oh, well, I can kind of see that, the Patriot.
And it makes it like almost sound like, what the thing is that I really just can't even play with politics anymore. So I really just don't even want that, it sounds like I would be political with that name.
Yeah, I feel you on that. I'm on the fence perpetually. I don't slide to the right, slide to the left. You go to the left, you're a libtard. You go to the right, you're a racist, hate
Right.
monger. Who's into QAnon.
Yeah. Right. I mean, it's not fair because it really, I'm sure that was all done by design. We'll get some, people believing outlandish stuff, and then we can label everybody.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of the Alex Jones effect.
But I will even say too, like this was, I see Christine saying something, and even for myself, like even with the show, when I first came out, I was afraid to show myself, and then like I was even afraid to use like my own like name, and just that even at some point I was just like, you know what? I'm like, if I'm telling my fans not to give in to fear, or at least unrealistic fears, like why am I hiding? Like, I was like, this is kind of like, not the message I'm giving. So I did wanted to kind of stop like the alter ego name or my avatar name, and I wanted to, show myself and stuff, and not really worry about hiding. So
Yeah, I've had a similar path where when I started, it was like, oh, I'm never showing my face on there. I'm never going to tell them my full name. And then I got doxxed a few times, and it started to matter less. But I mean, overall, like, what does it really matter? They already know everything about me. Everything we put into our smartphones, everything we do, it's all watched closely. We were told that by Snowden already. That we have no reason to doubt him. So why should I put all this energy into trying to remain anonymous when that's impossible in this day and age? It's ridiculous. Why bother? I am who I am.
I mean, that's even like I think it might have been Cat Williams who said something that I'm trying to praise this guy, but I mean, at least it was somebody who was, I guess, famous saying the same thing I've been saying. It's like, the government gave us the internet. Like, what do you think? Like, come on, really? Like they created TCP/IP. I mean, they, like if they're gonna want to know something, they're going to. I mean, all these VPNs and all these like little cryptid chats. I mean, I'm sure at the end of the day, it doesn't matter.
Exactly. It wasn't at all DARPA and what's his name? The guy that was running for president, Al Gore. DARPA, Al Gore, Staten, those three.
Carbon footprints.
Yeah, exactly. You guys complain about climate change. Meanwhile, he's raping our minds.
I mean, like since he said that, technically, like the Statue of Liberty should be like covered with water, and that bitch's feet aren't even wet. Like,
yeah, exactly. That giant statue of whoever that is, Lucifer or Hecate or
Hecate,
Hecate. I mean, this is your guys' bread and butter, like symbolism, right? This is like what turns you on. Yeah. He's like, that's my crack. I'll snort symbolism all day.
Right off of a bosom all day.
No, every episode is just like a deep dive, right?
I try
movies.
Yeah, movies, cults. Cults are always fun. It's easy to cover. I have been getting more into true crime because I do believe there is a cult aspects to it. I mean, I guess that's kind of like why we're going to talk about the smiley face killers, because I do believe there's an occult aspect behind that. But I've been getting into true crime, and honestly, even more now because of coming across the BD who's going to be joining us. She actually, I think she might have reached out to me and let me know that like she put me in a credit in one of her books for something. And I was like, God damn. And I was like, I got to check you out. So I've been getting her on, and she has like a very, very interesting way of looking at true crime that might be a cult. And, it's really helped intrigue me more in the true crime area.
Those paintings.
Yeah, they're awesome, right?
Whoa.
Yeah, they're pretty cool.
Yeah, I like
them. Thank
you.
Man,
that's so much cooler than what I have. I just have a bed behind me.
Cooler than what I had before too. So anything's an improvement.
Absolutely. So BD Salerno, am I saying that right?
Yeah, Salerno. Yep.
You just go by BD or
BD? That's right. Mm-hmm.
Okay, and you're a part of the crew for Occult Rejects.
I am a happy part of the Occult Rejects. Yes.
Alrighty, but you're kind of like the true crime expert.
Well, Nick called me the other day a true crime occultist, and I thought, wow, that nails it in a nutshell. That's absolutely perfect. Yep.
The true crime occultist.
Occultist, that's right.
So
Because I use a lot of different things to study true crime narratives, which are generally not true but false crime narratives. One of them is astrology. The other is occult symbolism. One overlooked trait is simply critical thinking about what's been told us about what happened. And I try to put all those together and make sense out of the horrible things that happen to people. And pretty much got attracted to Nick's channel. At the same time, I had written about the occult aspects of a crime that I studied for 3 years. And so we kind of got together and been working things out ever since.
So, I'm watching a lot of these shows and stuff, and I feel like a lot of these horrible events, they could be demonically influenced or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Would you say that that's accurate, or am I out of my mind?
Definitely. I definitely think there's demonic influence, and there are ways to see that in the ways that I examine the crimes through astrology and the other symbolism that I look at, like gematria. So yes, to answer your question, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So you're talking about like these different cases going on, and there's numerology popping up in them, or gematria?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, we just did one a couple of weeks ago where it was just phenomenal how many numbers kept hitting the number 44. However, you examine that crime in terms of length of 44 weeks, 44 episodes of a TV show, 44 to several people's names. It was telling us something, and we did that show a few weeks ago about it. Involved actually the Catcher in the Rye and the whole legend of the Catcher in the Rye, which is really a psyop in itself, regarding the shooting of John Lennon and another murder, the stalking murder that took place in Los Angeles. So yeah, I do work with gematria, and whatever I can put in my bag of tricks, I'm going to work with it and use it.
So the book itself, is that a psyop, or is it just they use this book to make crazy people crazier?
No, the psyop was that the book was to make crazy people crazier. The book was about a messed up kid, which I believe was an autobiographical effort by J.D. Salinger, the author, to express a lot of his own inner turmoil. The book was taken, I believe, by the letter agencies and turned into something that was supposed to be something that inspired these disenfranchised, disturbed young men to go out and commit stalkings and murders, because it was a distraction from the letter agencies who had MK'd Ultra'd the men to begin with. That's my theory. So we talked about that in the shows. We did 2 parts to that a couple of weeks ago.
Was there maybe like some kind of hypnosis trigger thing going on with the book?
Oh, for sure. Well, having written books myself, I can say that you use word magic in a book. What's important is the intent. Not, what are you doing with word magic? You want people to understand and learn what you're writing about? Or do you want people to get crazy and start acting, out of balance because you have stimulated some negative emotions in them? It's the intent. It's not really, the book was well written because it broke convention at the time. It was put out in 1951. People weren't swearing in books then. People weren't talking about rebelling against society. The book was very avant-garde. Now people look at it and say, so what? No big deal. But 1951, somebody swearing and cursing and being antisocial, that attracted people's attention. The book either got banned or it was super popular. In fact, I read it because it was required reading when I was in college. And it was required reading in high school. And
I had to read it in high school.
Yeah, the parts of the country where it wasn't required reading, it was banned. So it was getting a lot of promotion one way or the other. But it was really, it was a distraction from what was really happening to these young men who were going out and committing murders, namely Mark David Chapman. It didn't do anything to him. I don't even think he read the book. I think he was told to have a copy of the book in his possession when he was picked up. As was another stalker, a lesser known murderer named Robert John Bardo, who killed an actress, Rebecca Schaefer, in 1989 in Los Angeles. And also it was in the hotel room of John Hinckley, who shot President Reagan in 1981. It's a red herring. There's nothing to the book. The book, it uses word magic to convey the troubled psyche of a young man. It does not use word magic to convince people to commit murder. And that's what I talked about. That's what when I studied the book and looked at it inside out, I was like, there's no way this can incite somebody to commit murder. The main character, Holden Caulfield, he wasn't a sociopath. He wasn't a psychopath. He was a messed up kid who was lonely. But the book was a distraction from what was really happening, because the book basically gave you the ingredients for what it took to mind control a vulnerable young man. That's what the book was trying to warn us about, which I think is the point that the author made.
Do you feel that we are all mind controlled?
To a certain extent. If we're living in the modern society and we watch TV and we sit in front of a computer for several hours a day, there's a likelihood that something got in there that doesn't really belong in there. And I credit a lot of that to people's, I don't want to get into that whole theory, but I think people have psychic weaknesses now in our energetic field because of either food or electronics around us, EMFs, propaganda, a lot of stuff like that. So we are already vulnerable. And what we are looking at when we go to a website is neuro-linguistic programming, which is intended to pull us in and get us to buy products. We're saturated with advertising. I mean, how can you watch a TV show without 10 ads running across the bottom, along the side, pop-ups, and then 8 commercials between segments of the program? You can't escape it. So yeah, we are to a degree mind controlled. I think it's up to us to keep ourselves balanced in other ways to avoid that. But yeah, I would say to a degree.
Yeah, I got into the self-help sort of stuff years ago. I was trying to improve myself. I don't really have that same attitude so much nowadays, but a lot of that stuff's NLP. It's programming yourself.
Well, to be honest with you, when the internet was new, I had an internet business, and I studied NLP because I was learning about marketing, which I actually really hate. I hate trying to sell stuff. I hate when stuff is trying to be sold to me, but I was just studying how to use language because I am a writer and I love to learn about words and how to use words effectively. So I was studying NLP. I had a dear friend whose husband was an NLP practitioner. And so I learned a lot about what they call hypnotic language. And also, as they got more aggressive with what they called guerrilla marketing, what's called persuasion engineering. Now think about that, persuasion engineering. You're being engineered, mechanically constructed to be persuaded to a certain line of thinking. And just the term is a little bit creepy, and I got away from it because I don't want to do that. I don't have to sell stuff that bad that I have to mind control my clients, my customers. So, but it was getting very aggressive in the early 2000s, NLP, and I got right away from it because I thought this is not where I want to be at in terms of influencing people so that they buy my stuff. And but I did learn about NLP. There are ways to phrase things that are really hypnotic. And if you go to a really popular website, there's a whole way to structure it. You have a paragraph that draws you in, and then there's a little box that says buy now. Well, you don't buy now. You're going to skip that. You're going to go to the next paragraph. By about the 3rd or 4th buy now, which are strategically positioned on the landing page, you're going to want to be buying that product. I've fallen for it. A lot of people have fallen for it. It's so persuasive. It's like you can't wait to see what this product does. And I thought, wow. And there are super copywriters in that time. It was 20 years ago, charging $25,000 to write a good copy letter, a good sales letter. They would charge 25 grand because they were so skilled at doing it. And I saw the hook in that, and I thought, this is not where I want to be. I don't have to sell anything this badly that I need to learn how to hypnotize people. I like using word magic when I write a book because I want people to read the book, of course. So I'm going to use word magic to make it interesting, but I'm not going to use it to convince somebody to go out and shoot somebody. There's a big difference. So that was my history with NLP. And it's some of the people who were practicing it were they were egomaniacs in my estimation. And they were so skilled at hypnosis. For example, one of them would go into a bar and he could convince any woman to go back up into his hotel room with him. And he was real proud of that. So I was like, well, no, I don't think so. But the NLP, when used in a skilled way, it is extremely convincing and extremely powerful because they learn how to use hypnotic phrases. I mean, I learned something about that myself. It's interesting. It's like, let's say, all right, I'll give you an example. Okay, I'll say, I'm going to the beach and I'm going to put my feet in the sand and catch some rays. Big deal. But if I say, imagine you're walking and through the sifting sands of the beach and the rays of the sun are beating down on you, of course that's going to draw people. It's going to paint a picture of something very alluring. Mm-hmm. And that's the difference. If you start saying, instead of I'm going to blah, 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 instead you will say, imagine that you're drawing the person right into the image of what that would be for them. You're appealing to their emotions. You're appealing to what they like, and it draws you in. So if you start any sort of sales pitch or any sort of communication about a product, imagine you're lying on a beach in Saint-Tropez or wherever. It's hypnotic. And there are ways to do that with NLP. And like I said, people got really aggressive with it, really structured with it, where they could just set up sales and you would go to the website and you'd be dying to buy the product. And I've experienced that, like I said, myself, where I was like, wow, I really want to see what this does. And then I caught myself that, wait a minute, you're falling for the language, which I have the good fortune to be able to discern. A lot of people don't realize that they're being tricked by hypnotic language.
You know, for a while, I've heard other people say this and observed it myself, especially after reading the book 1984 long ago, which, like Catcher in the Rye, is one of those classic sort of mind control Orwellian 60s sort of novelizations. But I noticed that Obama was a very slick talker. Like people even say he's got a silver tongue or forked tongue even, and Trump might even be even better than him. Do you feel that these guys are using some kind of NLP or double talk or way of using language to manipulate the country?
I believe they are engineered to do that. I believe they are either trained to do that, or I like the word engineering when it comes to NLP, because that's exactly what it does. You get somebody to be trained to use certain forms of speech. Anybody in politics has that training. Either they are good at it or they have a super handler who watches everything and tells them exactly what to say, because it's essential in that line of work. You want to hypnotize people. You want to influence the population. Most of these guys are just a figurehead. They're just a cutout anyway. To get your cutout to say what you want them to say. And the rest is up to who's behind the podium. It's never the person who's speaking.
Definitely. I feel like the insurrection was an example of this. January 6th, Trump gets up there and he says, fight for me. And then after everybody gets busted, he's like, oh, I didn't have anything to do with that. I was telling them to stop. Bullshit, you were telling them to stop. I mean, I'm not trying to pick on Trump or Trumpers or anything. I'm just pointing out things I've observed.
Listen, I was a Trump fan then, and I even was like, he's not saying it, but he's pushing you that way. Let's just be fucking honest about that situation.
Yeah.
It never came out of his mouth, but everybody thought something was going to happen and was supposed to happen anyway. In my opinion.
No, it's like, instead of sleight of hand, it's like sleight of mouth. It's like you're taught how to say. I'll just say this. I worked for lawyers for 30 years. I know how to talk and not to talk and how to say without saying. That's what they're good at. That's what their practice is based on. So I see it all around me in politics because there's lawyers in the background of that. and politicians. That's all that really is the skillful use of persuasion.
Did somebody say lawyer? Uh-oh. Dr. Robert, I think you've been summoned. Are you there?
I'm here, man. I can dig it, man. I agree with her. Yeah, you remember when I first started down the rabbit hole with Dr. Robert? That's all I talked about. Remember the first
Your
like
audio,
maybe like.
your audio is a little fuzzy, Dr. Robert.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. Just 1 second. I got to turn these headphones off.
Sounds like he's using like a styrofoam cup and a straw.
Oh, we can come back to Dr. Robert. Let's give him a second to get
Coffee
his
can and a
on
string.
track. Thank you, BD Salerno. We will get back to you in a moment. Oh, quite a great participant you found, Nick. She's fantastic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she does some real amazing work.
So is there would you like to bring another member of your show on next?
Yeah, we'll bring on Lisa first, actually.
All right. I take that this is her with the L.
Yes.
Hello.
Hey, hi, how's it going?
Going good. How are you doing? Is it Liza with a
It's Lisa.
Z?
Yep.
Lisa. Just Lisa. Okay.
Yep, just Lisa.
Dig in the background. It's very
thanks.
floral.
No eyes though, but
No eyes.
Yeah, no eyes, just some vines. And is that like a poster or is that really behind you?
No, it's actually like wood carving.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh man, you guys are making me so jealous because my background is just so messy and just so lame, and you guys have these great paintings and backgrounds.
We have to keep up. We have to keep up with Nick.
Oh yeah,
he hasn't made it.
Sure.
I one painting.
Cool. Yeah. What is that painting of Nick? It's like
it's like a photograph of a door.
Looks like a door that a giant would use.
It's like the gateway.
Exactly. So how did we find Lisa? How do we discover her? What was the process?
Actually, yeah, I'm glad you asked that because there's a story behind that, and technically, to be totally honest with you, we probably wouldn't even be covering this topic if it wasn't for her, because it was her idea to get into the Texas cases. But she could maybe tell you more, but like I don't know if it's since day one, but at least within I think the first year of my show, I do know that she listened. I knew of her like being in the Discord when we had Discord. Then I knew of her as being like a member in the Element. So I remember because she always just uses her name. She's not like hiding anything. So I've known like who she is for a while, that she listened to the show. And I think there was a time I had brought up something and she had hit me up and started like going on about like, like being scientific about stuff. And I was like, whoa, what the fuck? Like, this is another language to me, but she was like trying to explain something. I think it was about the Lyme disease, and how she thought it was basically had to be genetically manipulated in order for it to work the way it did. And I remembered that. I remember that because it was just like, I've never seen anybody like, sound this smart before hitting me up on Instagram. So it was just like, it left an impression. And, since the inception of the show, there was a point where I did want to start getting into like kind of the eyes and the brain, because I do think a lot of occult symbolism does go back to actually your eyes and the brain. And but it was hard for me to do that because I was like, I can do probably the symbolism and like show pictures, but I really don't know how the eye works really that well, or I could describe it. And I was worried that like if I didn't understand how it worked, the eyes and the brain together, would I also be missing out on understanding other symbols if I knew exactly how this stuff worked together? And I wanted to do it, and it was like coming up constantly. And I think me and Teresa were thinking about, we're talking about it a lot lately. And I had hit her up and I asked her, I said, if I wanted to try to cover this, would you be able to come on and actually explain the whole visual system? And she was like, yeah, not a problem. And I think that turned into like 4 or 5 episodes, and it went really well. And she's obviously like ridiculously smart, so it just made sense for me to keep using her. So, and then there you go.
Very good.
Yeah.
So the eyes and brain, are we talking about symbology here? Kind of like how the brain takes it all in and stuff like that?
Yeah, and I even like attributed tarot to it and stuff. But like the way she explains a lot of the science behind it, you start getting like numbers and just things that are going on. That just like it just seems really weird when you start attributing it to occult symbolism or ideas.
Yeah, we threw in a bunch of anatomy, a lot of physiology, a lot of measurements, like what the diameters are, or when at what point in time during fetal development the eyes are developing, which is week 3. How the eyes develop out of the brain, their projection out of the brain from the center part of the brain. We haven't gotten into the brain yet. We've predominantly focused on the eyes. The eyes in and of itself, I think, took about 4 episodes. I mean, we went into detailed anatomy. I mean, we even went to the cornea and looked at cell structure and how each cell of the cornea is 6-sided. And so you have the hexagonal type cells, and you see the number 6 kind of repeat throughout. We went into the retinal tissue and we dissected all of, the different layers of the retina, and then went through what they look like, how its symbolism is reflected in most of these belief systems. It's also seen in cultural belief systems such as Christmas. That's something you'll have to check out and see how we related it back. And then just kind of, bridging the gap between science and occultism, symbology, religions, belief systems, and so forth.
What about the third eye? Do we all have like a little malignant growing baby third eye that's trying to pop in?
I think in terms of what the third eye, from what I guess everyone refers to as your pineal gland. And the pineal obviously it's seated in the center part of the brain. And that is the area that processes a lot of your electromagnetic information that you get from the sun that enters into the eye. So the eye itself is the receiver. It's the front line of receiving, and then it generates it back into the occipital part of your brain and then kind of resonates it throughout the brain. But it's actually your pineal gland that takes that information and generates all the information that needs to be given to the rest of your body. It tells you where in point in time are you on Earth, what day it is, what season it is, how much daylight, and so forth. Pineal also regulates your circadian rhythms, which also in and of itself regulate all of your hormones. They basically tell the body when to turn on melatonin, when to turn it off. Melatonin in and of itself is extremely important because it's the quiescence of the body. So it's resting, and growth hormone that's when it's secreted. And then when it turns it off, all your other hormones can come back online and you can function throughout the day. So that in and of itself is a great important part of anatomy in and of itself. But pineal also receives other messages that feeds directly into your pituitary that also dictates everything else physiologically. But more than that, it also contributes to a lot of consciousness, a lot of sentience within the body itself. It is supposedly, once you are in this state of equilibrium, that you are healthy or that you are cognizant, you're able to connect with, and we just had an episode earlier, with the ether out there, with God, with collective consciousness. And so you start to see that interplay, that it goes beyond anatomy and physiology, but you can now tap into other realms that exist within, outside of the body itself, and then internalize it and take it back in, which I believe most of the belief systems are centered around that. If you really look at the core beliefs of the world's religions, this is exactly what they're talking about. They're talking about the eyes. They're talking about the brain. They're talking about the center part of the brain. They're just not coming out and saying it. And they're not telling you how to activate it. And they're not telling you how to just you yourself getting in contact with God. They always want to be the middleman. And so we kind of demystify all of that and get into it, so to speak.
Why is it, do you suppose, that this so-called Illuminati or Cabal, whoever in the heck they are, why do they use this eye symbology? Like we just saw it in BD Salerno's paintings behind her, and we see people doing this all. The celebs, they do this one eye thing. They're constantly doing that to the point where it's just practically obnoxious, and you see company logos and stuff like that. Why do you suppose they're so obsessed with this eye symbology? Any theories on that?
In my opinion, that's not to say this is it. In my opinion, it is the front line of the interface in which you interact with the outside world around you, whether it is visual or not visual, what we perceive or what we think we see is only limited. I think we only see 0.03%. It might be 0.003, 0.003% of the entire electromagnetic spectrum. There's enormous amount of information being generated just by the sun that we are not perceiving. Now, our part of the brain might be perceiving it, but the eye in and of itself, not only is it the windows to the soul, but it is the interface in which we interact with the outside world to bring in. And I think that in of itself, in terms of the Illuminati, they perceive that as sacred. They perceive that as being the key into the soul, which is consciousness, which is sentience, which is everything, in my opinion.
Do you suppose that these elites are using this technology or science you were talking about regarding the third eye to contact other realms or entities or anything like that?
I don't know. But I do know it's possible. It's possible to do it. People have done it. They've done it even before secret societies were formed. We see that in some of the episodes that Nick and I have done looking at ancient occultism or historical esotericism. This is what they were doing. They were looking at alchemy, but they were incorporating all the parts, not only just the I guess the outside world or the outer realm. They were also using the soul, the body, and the mind, and then putting it all together in order to transcend or to get in contact with the information that is out there.
I wonder how transhumanism might fit into this. I know that there's more and more devices that are allowing deaf people to hear. I wonder if if by now we understand the eye enough that we could build like a Geordie LaForge little headband that he had on his eyes where a blind person could see. You think that's possible?
I think everything is possible. I think that you think it, believe it, and you can generate it. I do believe that. Just give it enough time. Somebody somewhere will come up with the idea, and then the engineer comes along and bam. Yeah.
A long time ago.
We are essential for the whole transhuman. This is the point where if you are in matter, if your soul is in matter, that is a point in which you become the ultimate airbender. This is where you can manipulate matter. This is where you can do all things. But when you are not encased in matter, it's very hard to manipulate time and space. That's my belief system.
Yeah, there's a movie in the 80s. I think it was called Firestarter. It was about this little girl and her dad. She could like stare at stuff and cause it to light on fire. And then, years ago when I'm doing my research and all that, I come across this paper and I find out that it was actually real. They actually had real fire starters, like people that could stare at stuff and light stuff on fire. It's kind of like remote viewing program. It's really deep, top secret stuff. But I think that kind of falls along the same lines, like, staring at something and manipulating reality, or, I also hear about people doing like psychedelic drugs. You might call them entheogens, stuff like that. And a lot of it seems to be tied to the eye. Like I remember times when I was looking in the mirror when I was, tripping, whatever you want to call it. And my eyes were like pulsating, like they were almost like the iris and the pupil was kind of flexing in almost like a pattern, like it was doing some kind of communication. A lot of communication is done through the eyes, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. It is. I don't think the eyes lie. The eyes are incapable of lying. I mean, it's probably the only part of us that can't lie.
Kind of like when the mom, takes her little 4-year-old and says, "Look me in the eye and don't lie." And she could always tell if the kid's lying because, you could see that little bit of guilt or whatever by looking in somebody's eyes.
We just covered recently even like birds, and the morning chorus and the dawn chorus. And, bird, just think about it, especially in Egyptian. But I mean, it's in my opinion, you will find birds amongst other pantheons. It's just they may not be taking like a human form with a bird head like an Egyptian. But you know, there's plenty of birds around, you know, in the scenery, or somebody owns one or something. But you know, a lot of birds are used a lot in symbolism, and like they see more than we do. And there was like, even it seems like there's a theory now that she covered, that like basically with the electromagnetic like thing in their eye, like when the morning sun is like coming up, it may literally be seeing like a visual spectrum, and the noises that it's making, the chirping, is actually mimicking the sound that they're seeing from the sun.
Huh.
Like they don't hear it, they see it, I guess, in a sense.
Because they can see the UV spectrum. We cannot see that.
Like they can hear it through the light instead of actually like how we would have to regularly hear something.
Yeah, like an octopus is just, it's like a brain and a little beak thing and some arms and a big set of eyes.
I
And
just
then they
something
can like, yeah, they can kind of shapeshift too, because they could make their skin appear a similar texture to things around them, like the bottom of the ocean floor, or they can almost make themselves invisible.
I mean, even think like snakes and cats, they both got like kind of different eyes, like, and those are used constantly in symbolism. You know,
Yeah,
something's different with their eyes. I'm sure this is.
and cats can actually see like ghosts and stuff like that too.
Their pupil allows for much more light to enter in, and therefore they can see more. Yes. So it has a lot to do with how much light can get in and how much your retina can process.
Yeah, I was like in my living room one day, and I had a almost empty chip bag over in a basket over the side, and all of a sudden this chip bag starts like crinkling together like into a ball and then expanding again. And I'm like, what's going on over there? It's just static electricity, whatever. It's just a chip bag. But my cat starts like getting really agitated by this. And she's like watching this, like there's something there. And I'm like, whoa, okay, that's a little eerie. And then all of a sudden I hear this big thump against my kitchen sink. And, you know, the cat's going even crazier. It's like there's this big thing in there, like some kind of entity or something. Then it starts going down the hallway. You could actually hear footsteps. It's like an invisible elephant or something. It says like, wrong, wrong, wrong. My cat's just freaking out. Almost like she could, and I've seen videos like this, like on YouTube, where there's dogs that are freaking out or cats freaking out because there's some kind of entity in the room, or they're barking at something that's just driving them nuts.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So, Lisa, how has the journey with the Occult Rejects been for you? Has it been pretty eye-opening?
Yes, actually, it has been.
In many ways, actually.
many ways, yes.
Like, are you freaked out hanging with these guys?
No.
Like,
if anything, it's absolutely everything I wanted it to be. Because most of my upbringing or my training has been in academia, science, hard science, a lot of biology classes, a lot of most of my background is immunology, stress physiology, disease, wildlife, animal science, biology, and so forth. So it's hard science, and all the while that I was there, you see similarities of things, whether it's in religion. I grew up Catholic. You see similarities here and there. You start to notice things that are not taught in school, but you have no explanation as to why. And I was completely ignorant in terms of occultism, esotericism, or anything like that. And so when I start diving in, I mean, I'm illiterate, you know, I don't know all of the verbiage, all the terminology. And so I'm starting at base camp 1. When I came on with the Occult Rejects, immediately we start diving into some of the grimoires, some of the occultists who are polymaths. And that in and of itself, I had never even heard of half of these people. I'm going to be honest, 90% of these people.
I'm sorry, what's a polymath?
A person who is well learned in many different subjects. Everything from anatomy to religion to physics to alchemy. I mean, you name it, languages, they know it all. I mean, they're pretty much the geniuses.
What is Alistair Crowley one of those? A polymath?
I don't know.
Believe it or not, I do think, just my opinion, that man said a lot of dumb shit, but I do also think he was highly into the brain and the eyes.
Yes.
And if he understands that in like music, which I do think to an extent, like I would consider him very close. As much as some people may think that's too much credit, I do believe when it comes to actual, real deep secrets, that dude knew a lot. He just wrote about it in fucked up ways that people don't want to even look at it.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, and again, I'm not giving this guy a pass or credit on anything like that, but I would he'd be very close.
Well, I know he was.
We covered that were polymaths. I would consider them polymaths for sure.
I know he was learning Hebrew, or he learned Hebrew
and Greeks. He was pretty big into Greek near the end.
And they would always say, like, all the people that write about him, that he was like this magical genius. Like he went further than just about anybody that we can think of in the historical record, besides maybe Merlin or Griselda the Witch, or I don't know.
Well, one thing I do think that dude did, and it's even I think Lisa would probably even say she's noticing it now too, from looking at older books. Well, my opinion, he understood encoded shit in other previous polymaths, other saints, believe it or not, other people's prior work, that he kind of took those things and just tweaked them a little bit, made them look a little off, a little different than usual, and kind of just put it out there. I mean, there's like certain things that we found that's like, I mean, that's almost like blatantly some like art that he's like kind of associated with, where it's like, dude, that's like basically you redid something from 200 years ago.
Yeah.
And Lisa, you sound very science, or sorry to cut you off, Nick. You sound very science orientated. Quick question for you: is the Earth flat and is space fake?
I'm still married to the globe.
Oh.
But I'm open to always exploring other things. I think part of this being in science is that you are not absolutely married to one belief, and that you are always open and willing to evolve your beliefs when new data, better data comes along. I will say that.
Okay. Do you feel there's anything there, or is it just a bunch of hogwash, just a bunch of stupid, bad science?
I will say this, that it's getting harder and harder to believe the things that are being said, because so much contradiction is now coming to light. And it's one of those things to where you start to question everything. I mean, it's almost like somebody tells you a story, and the moment you find out a tiny piece of that story is incorrect, or somehow there's something in question, you have to call into question the entire story now. At least that's the way you look at it objectively, correct? So if they tell you this one version, and all of a sudden you're like, wait, but you were lying about this, so then that means everything has to come into question. It should. I think it's only fair.
Yeah, I would say that's definitely a fair assessment. Have you guys gotten into like this stuff about a secret space program and Freemasons, and the whole idea that like maybe space is real, but we've got all these like triangle craft and stuff like that we have?
I don't think so. Have we?
No.
I don't think we have.
No, I don't think so. I mean, I am questionable about what we think is out there. Yeah. I don't think it's what I've always said. All right, this is probably actually, I guess, a good way to get into that. I've always said that I think NASA is actually basically occultism, and it's encoded, and they're actually probably spitting out truth. It's just we have no idea what the fuck it is because we're reading it wrong. But in my opinion, I do think NASA is like heavily like occult, like shit. In my opinion,
I can agree with that. All right, thank you, Lisa. Very fascinating individual right there. Love talking about the eyes. Nick, my God, man, where are you finding these people? They're geniuses.
Yeah, right. Exactly. That's why I work with them. That's and I think we got JJ. His situation, I think, if I remember correctly, and he could correct me when it comes on, I think he reached out to me because of possibly maybe hearing me on William Ramsey. Not exactly sure, but he contacted me and I had him on, and ever since then I was just like, yo, this guy's great.
Yeah, speaking of William Ramsey, you brought up the smiley face killers earlier. Man, that I had him on, doing the whole smiley face killers thing. I got kind of gang stalked after that episode. I might have already told you about it in the past. I don't remember, but some pretty heavy harassment. The fact that it was all online. It's not like anybody was pounding on my door or anything like that. But it was very alarming because the show was literally about a secret gang of killers tied to these worldwide elites, and suddenly I'm getting these kind of like pseudo threats going on. That rattled me pretty bad. I mean, it was years ago, but that was one of the first times, if not the first time, I actually had that legitimate, provable pushback from some kind of Illuminati or whoever the hell these people are. He's in a state of shock after hearing this.
Sorry. Well, I was gonna say, one that's actually kind of crazy, a little weird, to tell you the truth. I that's actually really weird because I don't think I've never really seen people kind of roll like true crime, and that's what I'm saying. Unless you're coming out and actually blaming a specific person, which I don't know what was being said on the show, but what reason is there to get on your case? It's not like you're falsifying, you're blaming somebody else that maybe is actually innocent. You know what I'm saying? What's the big deal? That's actually kind of screwed up.
Yeah, I contacted William. I contacted him right afterwards. I was like, "Hey, look, this is going on. I'm kind of freaked out." He's like, "Well, those are paid trolls and gang stalkers that follow me around from show to show and give us a hard time."
People pissed off from the Order of Nine Angles a year ago. You never know.
Oh yeah, that's another one that I'd prefer not to touch with a 10-foot pole, but yet end up talking about all the time.
Well, one thing I was going to say, at least when we get into it, depending on how many we cover, some of these cases that we're talking about are kind of newer, and they're not the typical smiley face killer victims, but we're pretty sure. It's pretty the same exact thing. So I maybe there's less haters out there on these people so far, so you might be okay.
Yeah, but I'm over it. My name now is Daniel Unafraid. I ain't afraid of no ghosts. I ain't afraid of no gang stalkers. They can all, stick it where the sun don't shine. I've had William on again after that, and we have a great time. Love his show, by the way. William Ramsey Investigates. Shout out to the man himself. But let's go ahead and talk to Mr. JJ Vance, the next member of the Occult Rejects Super Crew.
Howdy. Appreciate the invite, Daniel. Nice to meet you.
Absolutely. Yeah. So what's your specialty? Are you the strong guy of the group?
I'm the resident garbage can dude. Operation GCD garbage can dude.
Okay.
No, on my podcast, I like to discuss various cults and specifically ancient alien cargo cults. A number of different cults would fall into that kind of category, from the Mormons to Scientology to.
Oh, I think I heard part of a show with you on. That was some deep shit. That's some interesting.
Oh, nice. Yeah, so we did. In fact, Nick and I did on the Occult Rejects here. We did a whole couple shows on the Legend of Tama Ray, which was the Nuwabian Nation ancient alien cargo cult, which is connected to Wesley Snipes and a number of other rappers, from Jay-Z to the origins of rap with Africa Bambaataa. So.
Is this the Father Malachi stuff?
Exactly. Yep.
Oh man, this
York,
is weird.
Black Eagle.
Yeah, because I got into this guy because I was listening to certain rappers like the Lost Children of Babylon. They were talking about Dr. Malachi, and I kind of looked him up and found out about him. And at first, I thought this guy's cool. He's bringing back this African culture. He's doing this, he's doing that. But I'm listening to you, and this guy's like a sex freak.
Oh, big time. He's in Supermax prison out there in Colorado, Florence Supermax prison for the next, 135 years for, diddling kids and trafficking kids. They're their ancient Egyptian themed compound in rural Georgia, funded by Wesley Snipes and other quote unquote Nuwabian millionaires. That's according to their PR person for the cult. I presume it was probably the band Outkast would be in that category of the Nuwabian millionaires. A good example of that's their 2004 Grammys performance. It was completely Nuwabian. They got a lot of backlash for it.
Really?
Yeah, all big time. Yeah.
So these guys still have a lot of power and influence. They haven't gone away.
No, they're actually, yeah, it's kind of unique. I mean, they do exist and very much spread out still. Yeah, it's they've definitely not gone away, even though Dwight York went to prison and Wesley Snipes also went to prison around the same time. They got him for the Al Capone prosecution with the tax evasion, but it was the same takedown of the cult.
Ah, gotcha. How did this all start?
That cult?
Yeah.
Oh, that's an interesting one because if you go back with Dr. York there, back to his days before Georgia, up to their headquarters, which still exists in Brooklyn today. In fact, Nick did some drone footage and visited that site and found some new Wabian friends when he visited there as well. But so they originated there. However, that was the third or fourth iteration of his cult. Initially, he broke off from Nation of Islam, kind of the 5%er Nation of Islam, into the Moorish Science temple. If you go back even further there, so he's kind of that lineage, but he's not unlike many other cult leaders. They have kind of a spooky aspect to their list of characteristics. You know what I mean? And Dwight York for many years did skirt numerous attempts of arrest. Again, like many other cult leaders who just seemingly skip justice time and time again. But yeah,
Yep.
so I connected with Nick over a lot of these kind of topics, specifically uniquely to a lot of these ancient alien cargo cults, from the Nubian Nation to the Mormons, is their interest and affinity from the ancient mounds of America.
They had an interest in the ancient mounds of America.
Oh, absolutely, for sure.
Weird.
The Nubian Nation, they set up shop down there in rural Georgia near Atlanta, and they claim to be descendants of the Moors who they claimed lived here thousands of years ago and built those mounds. And they set up shop on a mound, and they had this whole alien ancient Egyptian mound builder kind of theology and philosophy. But to the Mormons, in respect to the Mormons at least, their whole religion starts on the mound. Joseph Smith found the golden plates inside a mound up in upstate New York, in Batavia, New York, the Hill Cumorah. I'm a former Mormon myself. I grew up in the religion.
Congratulations for escaping the magic underwear cult.
Oh, thanks. Appreciate it. In fact, well, actually, that was, I think, my first conversation with Nick was in regards to the occultism of Joseph Smith.
Yeah.
Yeah, like we laugh at this stuff, but I mean, there's real stuff here. I mean, can we say that there's no truth? Obviously, there's stuff going on in America. I know it was called Amarakis or something like that, and
Sure.
we get a very false view of what it was actually like before the colonialists arrived. I'm not going to claim to know the ultimate truth about that, or what's fact and what's fiction. But obviously, there's a lot more there with the mounds and star forts and stuff like that. Sounds like Dr. Malachi was really tapping into something and managed to get a lot of people on his side. But it's my understanding he was plagiarizing a lot of this stuff.
Oh yeah, it seems to be. Yeah, I mean, again, I think like no different than any other cult leader. I think they take a lot of different aspects of different philosophies or theologies, and Crowley being one of the same characters that did the same thing, mash it together into their own little occultism. And I don't think there's anyone who's, I mean, they have all done the same kind of thing with each. I don't think you can find any cult leader and be like, oh well, they did it differently. No, that's what they all do. It's like the framework.
And unfortunately, I keep getting a message. Our backstage is full. It's trying to get me to upgrade. I'll have to do that later. But we do have somebody trying to get in here and to ask a question. Clint, my buddy, I'm only going to do this to you because you are my buddy, and I know you will jump back in here when you can. But I'm going to temporarily kick you for a second just to see if we can get whoever's trying to join into the backstage. Let's see if that works. And of course, jump back in here in 5-10 minutes, please. Okay, so I went ahead and kicked him. Let's see if we get anybody to join now. Now, the thing about, while we're waiting, the thing about Dr. Malachi, his son just committed like the most heinous backstab of all time against him. Are you familiar with that, Mr. Vance?
Oh yeah, in fact, we kind of covered that a little bit just briefly in our series. There's some insinuations apparently that the son set up the father for all the criminal activities.
Prodigy had that idea that he was, I think, corresponding with some news outlet, and he had wrote that he thought that Jay-Z's son
Hello.
and Jay-Z's son, Malachi Z's son and Jay-Z might have actually had something to do with York getting busted. That's what
some kind of backstab, kind of like they did to MLK, except maybe Dwight York sort of deserved it, depending on whether or not he was actually guilty of this freaky sex stuff that he was being accused of.
What's interesting though is if that stuff was going on and Jay-Z's involved, and like this stuff with Pete Diddy's going on and their boys, like you have to start wondering, like, is this stuff?
Dana, good to see you again.
Hello. Hi. No, don't do that. Nope. Don't put me full screen. Oh no.
Okay.
I'm not the guest. Nay.
Okay.
No. Quick 2 questions. One, I would like JJ Vance to clarify what fag mounds are, and if he could also let me know if he's single. Thanks, boys. Have a good night.
Oh, well, quite the question. My God.
I'm gonna have to plead the fifth.
Wow.
On both of them.
Wow.
On both questions.
What
my
a
constitutional right as an
great
American.
compliment to you, Mr. Vance.
Oh, thank you.
She likes the brainy ones.
No, Dana does great research on the process. I don't know if you've ever caught the series we've done there on the Occult Rejects, but
yeah,
it's been a pretty in-depth and eye-opening, even for me who studied the process church for years as a cult. I've learned, a considerable amount more over the last few months in research and doing that series with along with Dana there on the Occult Rejects with Nick and Lisa.
Yeah, that's another really fascinating subject. Judging from what I learned from her, it feels like a lot of this stuff is just interconnected, which lends even more to me believing that there's some kind of Illuminati out there tying all these secret societies and cults and smiley face killers and weirdo Relian alien cults and crap like that all together.
Well, I'm glad you made that point, because another series that Nick and I have done there on the Occult Rejects, along with Headless Giant, is over a lot of stuff that I've a topic I've been interested in for years. The Society of the Cincinnati. Are you familiar with the subject matter?
No.
Okay.
Tell me more.
It's the secret society that started America. So that Fifth Amendment right I just claimed a moment ago, I can thank them for that right. But so they it's George Washington and his initially just the officers of his army, and then years later after the Civil War, they incorporated the enlisted, the descendants of the enlisted. So it's essentially a modern day knighthood. And so the original membership of the officers and then later the enlisted of the Civil War, of the Revolutionary Wars, and the War of 1776 and the War of 1812 combined, all of the officers and enlisted folks from that had membership into the society, and their descendants, their male descendants, so passed down through the paternal line, they get continue on this organization today. And some of the most integral members of American history have been members of this organization, to include every U.S. president. But then again, some of those presidents were hereditary members. Others became members as a result of being U.S. president. But
is this one of those things where like you're a Freemason and then you join like another group like Rosicrucians and stuff like that? Are these guys like Freemasons that are joining a even deeper secret society?
I think it's even weirder than that, to be quite honest with you, because I have a lot of ideas about their philosophies and some of their belief systems, but it's literally blood membership. So if you're not descendant from one of the original officers, or again later the enlisted.
Oh, bloodlines.
Yeah, so it's all bloodlines passed down through the paternal bloodline from the original members. For example, I'll give you a couple examples of characters that I'm referring to that are hereditary members that you'll immediately recognize. John McCain, the former senator from Arizona, and so he was a very powerful politician, but even more so, his father, John McCain II, and his father, John McCain I, were the only 4-star Navy admirals in U.S. history. So, and they were all, so each John McCain was a member, and John McCain number 4 is probably a member today.
That's pretty curious.
Yeah. Well, here's another character who I claim is a hereditary member, and that's Lee Harvey Oswald. So
that's pretty curious too.
Very suspicious. Very suspicious.
The Rockefellers have a membership in this organization out of the New York chapter.
Yeah, I've always well, not always, but I've heard that celebrities too, like they're all cousins to the Rothschilds and the rest of these families. Like Rihanna, she's actually like her dad was a Israelite or something like that. He was from Israel, or it might have been her mom. But her and all the rest of them, they're part of these same bloodlines. And just like what happens in the political world and you know the art history books, the media and Hollywood and rock and roll and rap music industry, it's all bloodlines.
Yeah,
it kind of goes back to that code you guys were talking about earlier on, the Malachi Code or something like that.
Yeah. Dr. Robert, that's who I was trying to tell you about before. Dr. Malachi. Yeah.
Those mounds are weird, man. Like real weird, man. Like the prison that Charles Manson and Henry J. Lucas shared is on Mound in Mound Country.
Chillicothe.
Yeah.
Chillicothe. Yeah, Edward Wynne Edwards was also there. We actually just spoke about that serial killer recently in the Atlanta child killing episode.
It's some spooky shit about those mounds, man. Real spooky shit.
Yeah, I'll give you another strange connection to serial killers and mounds and prisons in Ohio. They recently filmed that Netflix movie a few years ago with Ted Bundy. They filmed that in Claremont County, Ohio, which was one of the major centers of interest with the Society of Cincinnati that I mentioned before. They filmed the Ted Bundy Netflix film at the Claremont County Jail, which is built on a mound. They're deep in mound country.
A lot of strange shit going on with those mounds there, man.
Yeah, why are they filming serial killer films?
Yeah,
mound prisons.
What the hell?
Well, even some of this SF
dude, there's a whole nother American that like a lot of Americans don't even know about, dude. Like
I agree with you on that for sure. Yeah,
like right in their fucking face, dude. Like real trippy shit. Like I think one of those mounds, man. I think like one near New Mexico or something like that. They found some golden plates. I think they were like not golden plates. They found some plates though, man. Some like writings, and I think they were like I want to say like 65 or 75 feet deep. So you know it couldn't have been a hoax, man. They were like really, really buried, really deep. So somebody didn't want them to find them, right?
Sure.
And then like they translated them, right? And this is where you get the whole Israelite connection in the Moors, right? And it turned out to be like an ancient form of like Hebrew.
Yep, I know what you're talking about. Is that the Bat Creek Stone? And
then it turned out, and then furthermore, it turned out to be like I believe and you can correct me if I'm wrong, like a short form of the Ten Commandments, correct?
Oh yeah, well yeah, I think you're talking. Yep, that's the Bat Creek Stone, I believe, in Cherokee Country, North Carolina. Or I'm sorry, not North Carolina, Tennessee.
I thought that was Mormonism he was explaining.
I mean, it essentially is, right? Well, I think that's why that stone was originally written off, but it was actually discovered by an archaeologist who worked for the Smithsonian on an official Smithsonian dig. So they're like,
Smith, what we doing now? Let's get real creepy. Smith, the Smithsonian.
Oh yeah, it's always the Smithsonian too. They're always like they're the main guys that are covering up the giants, which are possibly associated with these mounds.
And those mounds, the giants.
Oh, absolutely.
Man. Yeah, the mounds got some giants too, man. Which is kind of weird too, because like if you go back to like I want to say like the Aztecs, right? Like their mythology. When you talk about I'm trying to the name of the gods escape me right now, but one of the stories is basically like the god basically like came down and destroyed the giants who are the first humans, right? And then not too far from them are these mounds, right, that contain skeletons of giants. You don't find that suspicious?
Right.
You don't find that curious?
No, there's definitely lots of giant stuff going on in these mounds for sure. But if I may make a point real quick relative to the Smithsonian, they've been actively, covering up these mounds and the giants for many years, despite all the records they have printed throughout history in America, newspapers and whatnot, etc. However, the Smithsonian was started by the Society of the Cincinnati, that secret society I was mentioning before.
I didn't know that. That's interesting.
Yeah, Jefferson Davis, the other first president in America, the Confederate States of America's president, Jefferson Davis. Before the Civil War, he was a senator from Mississippi, and he started the Smithsonian along with a couple other society folks. But Davis himself would have been an original member of the society. He fought in the War of 1812. He actually protected some mounds in Iowa during the War of 1812, what is now Effigy Mounds National Park. But yeah, speaking to these mounds, the whole Society of Cincinnati has a deep interest in the mounds. If it weren't for their efforts of drawing these maps and doing surveys of these mounds, we wouldn't have a lot of historical knowledge of them, because a lot of them have been destroyed.
Interesting comment from someone who knows to witness ESN1 from the chat. He spells it out, more manism, like Moore's manism.
Good one, yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one right there. I think there's something there for sure. Clint, you there?
Oh yeah, I was just answering a text real quick. I'm the local constitutional witch doctor representing. I just switched back to baking soda and peroxide for toothpaste instead of all that bought-in crap that fucking seems to just suck. But
I hope that works out. Boy.
Oh, I used to use that like 14 years ago or 15 years ago. That's when I started the anti-fluoride kick. And then, I was into the anti-vaccine kick 15 years ago. I did want to bring up about NASA. William Cooper says that NASA's secret message was in the names of the shuttles, and then he makes the statement: "A Columbian enterprise to endeavor for the discovery of Atlantis, and all challengers shall be destroyed." And he's talking about the rising of the socialist communist new world order, and that fucking it seems like that because I definitely believe that Earth is round based on the water spinning in the northern hemisphere in one direction and the water spinning in the opposite direction, and a number of other factors, but also I could see the shadow of the Earth on the moon during a lunar eclipse. But like I definitely think that NASA is doctoring the
He's another globetrotter.
Well, they're doctoring. Well, I've studied the Egyptian ancient religion for quite some time, and they would measure the. I think that they invented geometry, but they would measure the summer solstice and the winter solstice shadow with the obelisk, and then they would find the median, which was the axis of the Earth, and based off that calculation, you could basically calculate the distance of every planet in the solar system, and you could calculate the volume and mass of the Earth, so on and so forth. But
yeah, they knew what they were doing for sure. I mean, the whole like Pythagorean mathematics and all those people that were into that. I mean, they were smarter back then than they are now.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, I've been researching a lot of. I've been reading this book, Devil Worship in France, lately. Started this Mayan book about Masonic symbolism, and I definitely smoked too much bongs before I got it.
No worries.
Yeah, have you guys seen that new what's that called? That TV show about that video game? It's on Amazon. It just came out.
Fallout or
yeah, Fallout. In the show, I found that quite interesting. That the lady was seemed to almost have like a form of immaculate conception, possibly, because I guarantee the main character is pregnant by the above ground dweller, and they were all in the 33rd district or whatever, and that there's some really weird stuff about the show, and it was also extremely violent and brutal. And I think that in my recent primitive initiations reading on the Archon Darul book, that I've came to the conclusion that video games and movies are either intentionally or unintentionally using primitive initiation techniques, such as traumatic episodes, which then leave the initiate malleable for lifelong indelible impressions. And that I think that we've been indoctrinated through certain movies our whole lives by occultists, and I came to the conclusion about that. What was that? Or I kind of went into detail about the original like scenario of Halo and how it was like in the video game, the screen, the side movie things were about an alien war or something, and that I think that that's just like a basic example, but I definitely think that through movies and video games that people are indoctrinated into stuff, intentionally or non-intentionally, but I would assume intentionally based on the goals of the socialist, communist, New World Order and the Illuminati. Because the Illuminati's goals are synonymous with communism, and that in the words of Lenin, the absolute goal of socialism is communism, and that also in the words of Lenin, democracy is indispensable to socialism, and that these three stepping stones of this system that's been created by these Marxists and false revolutionaries, because I believe that America's Revolutionary War was one of the only real revolutionary wars on the planet, and that I found evidence to support that King Louis XVI was murdered and the revolution was faked in France just simply to possibly murder him because he gave Americans money to start the war, and that seems like the French Revolution and the Russian Revolution were both orchestrated by Illuminized Freemasonry, and that the all modern Freemasonry for the last 200 years or so has been Illuminized Freemasonry, where there's an inner core and an outer core, and the outer core is totally unaware of the goals of the inner core.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. The whole initiation thing. Any thoughts on that, Occult Rejects Crew?
Yeah, I'd like to make a point there. That was some good thoughts there, bud. Clint, is it right?
Yeah, thank you.
Nice to meet you, Clint. No, I think you're spot on there. But one note on the French Revolution and the American Revolution, I think it's the same revolution. The Society of the Cincinnati, the secret society I was referencing before. That's half American and half French.
The thing about French half is. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Well, the thing about it is that Thomas Paine was an ex-Illuminati member, and that Nasta Webster documents that, and that their motives weren't the same as the Illuminists. All the Illuminists of Europe were atheists, and that they wanted to destroy religion and destroy the family life and sovereignty. Meanwhile, the revolutionaries.
That was the French Freemasons, right? That was kind of their goal.
Well, basically the whole crowd of Europe was, but the American Masons wanted to make it so all people could have any religion they wanted, and that they believed in freedom. They wanted to set man free and to despise the Vatican and the crown and so on.
Sure.
That's why I believe that. Well, I believe that the socialist, communist, democratic goals have been perpetuated by the crown and the Vatican, and that they've been steadily at work trying to destroy and dismantle what was made with America, and that they've done it since the UN Charter, which gave the world government full power over American armies via Article 43 and the Participation Act, and that the New World Order is just grinding away at what's left of the Constitution, and that basically there's no constitutional courts in the land. There hasn't been a constitutionally waged war since World War II. Every war since the Korean War was waged by United Nations Security Council under democracy, where the 5 permanent members vote for war, and then their undersecretary has been permanently a Soviet communist or a communist in general. And there was a secret agreement between the writer of the charter, Elgar Hiss, and Molotov, which went by the tune of that the undersecretary of the Security Council would always be a communist. basically they already won, but there's only like a thread of the Constitution left, and that we're the last generation that can bring it back. And I'm saying to bring it back through peaceful means.
I agree with everything you're saying for sure, Clint. That's spot on, man. I would just argue that long before the United Nations was a thing, those same European interests were trying to destroy the U.S. Constitution and the idea of America in general back during the early part of Thomas Jefferson's presidency, when his Secretary of State was, Secretary of the Treasury was murdered by Aaron Burr, who was another politician there from New York. He murdered Alexander Hamilton, as the story is told. However, Alexander Hamilton was actually the president general of that secret society I mentioned before, the Society of Cincinnati, and Aaron Burr murdering him was the first step in the infamous Aaron Burr coup attempt of America.
Was a duel? You saying it's more sinister?
Duel.
Yeah, it's far more sinister, absolutely. And it's funded by British interests and the Vatican. So we're talking like, again, the same idea of what you were saying, Clint, with the UN. I mean, I think that same battle's just been going on for a lot longer, and we're lied to about the history of things like the infamous Burr-Hamilton duel, which had a lot more implications in it than just some beef amongst two politicians.
But that's not what they tell us. They make it seem like, they're just mad at each other. They had beef. But really, there's this whole story there. And that goes along with a lot of other things about our history, especially the history of this country. It's all just covered up, and we're given like the nutshell version of it.
Oh, for sure.
Well, I still haven't figured out if Thomas Jefferson was an Illuminati member in the outer core or the inner core. I would assume outer core. The outer core members were always fooled, and that I think that the whole southern movement was perpetuated by the British so they could keep their slave trade going. And the
didn't he have a bunch of slaves, like he was sleeping with them or something like that? Or is that Ben Franklin? We get those two mixed up.
Doesn't it look like Jeffrey Epstein as well?
It was definitely Thomas Jefferson because
they said Ben Franklin was like really good with the ladies.
Probably was.
He was.
They said he was like really good with the ladies, man.
He dressed fancy.
Yeah, but he said he was like a wordsmith, and and I told you guys this before, man. The most accessible organ on the female is the ear, the most accessible sexual organ, and they said he was a master at it. That's what I heard.
Jin, you there over there, Jin?
Yo, I'm here. Hey, Nick. Hey, Lisa. Hey, JJ. So, amazing show. Hey, Dan. And thank you guys so much for having me on. And I'm just listening and just taking it all in because I don't do true crime stuff. But I think it's amazing. And it's so amazing to hear Lisa talk about her experience, learning about esoterica through Nick, because I didn't learn esotericism through Nick, but his show is the whole reason that I even wanted to ever work, do podcasts, to do anything. Nick kind of knows us. So it's crazy to me that it was such a nexus point for so many people who were interested. And I was always super shy, so I never thought I'd be able to do it. But to do it is really cool, and to have done shows with Nick and Lisa, and to do this now is just really fucking cool. So I'm really grateful to everybody that's up on stage. And JJ, you've been doing amazing work, and BD's coming on my show. So
all right.
Next week. So yeah, so we'll shout that
awesome.
out.
Thanks. Nice to meet you there, Jen.
Hi, Jen.
Hey, BD, how are you doing? I'm sorry I didn't see you there.
No worries. Thanks for having me on next week. I'm looking forward to it.
I am too. I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun.
Yeah.
That being said, I think I'd like to get all of you guys on for solo shows as well.
Oh yes,
the energy of this group is really awesome.
Definitely.
I love the energy, man. The energy's cool.
Thank you.
Let's go to BG Cast. The End of Days crew is actually going to be heading over to his show tomorrow around 5 o'clock. What do you think of the Occult Rejects crew, Mr. BG Cast?
Well, guys, I got to say, I've been actually listening to the show from the beginning. I've been taking some notes, and Dan, thanks for having me on. I really appreciate you, bringing me on for the roundtable tonight. Honestly, it's a great show. I'm really impressed with all of you guys. I like how each and every one of you have your own special individual talents. The things that you specialize in and the fields that you specialize in. And I think that's really cool. So I actually have a couple questions for you guys, if you don't mind. So this one's for Lisa. I want to say I appreciate your open-mindedness, coming from the science background that you do. I know that can sometimes be a hurdle, but, one of the things I heard you talking about was bridging the gap between the occult and science. And I don't know if you're familiar with panpsychism, but I would just want to pick your brain to see if that could be a possible medium for bridging the occult and science.
I think that it is starting to try to become the medium to bridge. I think that at some point before Rene Descartes, occultism, as it was known back then, I don't think it was called occultism. It was an integral part of science. Science was a way to quantify, and I think what we call esotericism and occultism was a way to qualify the experience or getting to know God and so forth. And then when you see them being ripped apart or categorized apart, and you see the divorce of the two, you always see this in history. You see this longing of bringing them back together. And so many things, whether it's religion, whether it's science or whatever, have kept them apart. I think panpsychism is the first answer to try to bring them together. Yes, I do agree with that. I'm not going to say it's the ultimate, but I think it's a fair and good attempt at bringing them back together.
That's an awesome response. I think I agree with you on that. I do feel that, that we're in the very beginning stages of, trying to reunify this. I do feel that they ultimately do complement each other. And I feel that, I think there's a lot of mental gymnastics that kind of go into place to try and keep the deviation there. So I heard you, Nick. I heard you guys talk about Crowley a little bit on here. And I kind of just want to pick your brain since you've gone into this topic a little bit in depth. I mean, do you feel Crowley was smeared at all for trying to bring occult knowledge to the general public? Because I know there's a lot of information I've seen throughout the years that could potentially lead to this. I mean, a lot of people do feel that he did do some of the messed up stuff he did, but a lot of people feel because he was eventually trying to bring the knowledge of the Hermetic order out to the general public that there was an actual smear campaign run on him. I mean, what do you think?
And for those that aren't aware, Nick is actually a former member of the OTO.
Oh, okay. Awesome.
That's another cult.
There you go.
Yeah, I do think so. Listen, if one of the degrees is eventually signing over your shit to him, what is that? That's a cult. Sorry to say.
Oh man, Scientology is just like that shit.
But I mean, that's a cult now. It's like, I don't know what to tell you.
Pretty much. Yeah, no, it is. It is. So, something else I want to throw out at all of you, because, I ask a lot of people this question, and I've been asking a few people this question on my show. When it comes to the occult symbolism and the predictive programming that we see in all of the media, the movies, TV shows that we watch. I mean, obviously we can see throughout the years, it's become way more blatant than it used to be. So I know there's two trains of thought on this. I mean, a lot of people think that they are karmatically bound to doing this to us, I guess expressing their plans on a subconscious level. Or do you feel like we're being trolled in some way? Because I feel like now with the obvious blatancy, I've been kind of following this for a while. And in the beginning, it was there, but you had to look for it. But now it just seems like they're letting it all hang out. So I'm just curious about your thoughts on this.
If I could just answer real quick, I did want to say something. I actually never got to answer your first question about.
That's all good, man. No worries. Yeah.
I want to come back to that because I don't want people to think I was dodging a question about Crowley. So that's I do think he has probably done some weird stuff. I'm sure, like I said, I'm sure he wasn't a saint at all. But I do think, and I'm not saying like again to give this guy a pass, but I do think some of his stuff, like it was almost purposely. I think it's encoded stuff. I'm just gonna put it that way. And I even think when he's getting smeared, there's stuff in there as well. You know, there's a lot of things when it even comes to sex magic that if you were to start looking at the way your eye functions, you can see a bunch of screwing going on in there.
Well, I'm going to ask the forbidden question. Nick, do you feel that Crowley was a pedophile?
He could have been. I have no idea. I have no idea.
I think that Crowley was a undercover British intelligence officer.
Oh, he was too. So then you can't even trust anything, really. Or you'd have to understand everything's going to be ciphered.
Possibly,
See, I mean, that's even like another thing. Like Lisa has actually gone and read his like papers, that his notes, handwritten stuff before it gets published, and you see him doing gematria and like creating fucking ciphers, basically.
Well, what's weird to me is that there's a book by Clymer, who's like his name is spelled Clymer. He's one of the Rosicrucian leaders. He wrote this whole book about how Crowley made a fake Rose Cross order and then was like perverting the doctrine of the order.
I have said I've wondered if the OTO was actually a Rosicrucian order. That's really interesting. I didn't even know that.
Well, I think there was multiple orders that have been copied. I think there may have been 2 Illuminatis, for one, and I think the Bavarian Illuminati of Weishaupt's order was possibly all Jesuits, or possibly simply ran by Jesuits, and the goal was to destroy all nations of the whole world, so Rome could reabsorb them.
There is a degree in the OTO though that it does include like being part of like one of the names that they have for like the degree. Illuminati is under it. So I mean, there's always. I didn't get that high. I couldn't tell you what that's all about, but it is there.
Well, now, can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Nick?
Go.
Did you get scared out somehow? Did you have like a come to Jesus moment? Like, what brought you out of it? Like, did Satan talk to you?
That I actually had like a real magical experience and just realized the OTO was not the vision of what was needed or the direction that I was going in. It was like the imagery is like kind of like the total opposite of what I think it needs to be done for magic. I think that it's very like you kind of walk in and they almost give you handcuffs to put on. But I don't think most people realize it. But I mean, I also look at things differently. Like, I don't think these gods existed. I actually think it's all parts of our brain and our eyes and like alchemy with our soul and shit. So like,
and you confirm
they're even invoking these things and thinking they're doing something. You're a fucking slave to an imaginary thing you've created in your mind.
I remember last time either I was on your show or you were on here, and you mentioned that the thing about the consuming human fluids is real.
Yeah, well, I mean,
fuck that.
There is menstrual. I didn't even know this for a long time. It blew my mind. Then I was like, "Yo, god damn it!" Because I actually liked these fucking things. Like, I'm gonna admit it, they taste like Newtons. But the fucking cake's light, man. They had they do add there's menstrual blood in it, and then it's cooked to like ash almost, and then it's thrown into another batter without it, and then the cakes of light are made. And the priestess makes those. And the priestess uses them at the Gnostic Mass whenever they do it. At the OTO. Some places that could be like every week.
Now, did you hear about that couple? Like that one was a police officer and his wife was a teacher, and they made like some cake for the children or something like that with his semen in there, and they got arrested and busted for it?
No.
Like, if you Google that, then that's like that really happened, man. So I'm thinking, you thinking that's kind of like ritualistic? It definitely has like ritualistic characteristics, huh?
I vaguely remember that.
Fuck too. I mean,
I think that there's a vast majority of the population that's extremely suffering from morbid schizophrenia, and that they're being manipulated by multiple agendas, and they're so spread out so far and so strung into all different directions that they just lose their mind, and their foundation of life is built on a foundation of lies, and that eventually all those lies just make their life crumble, and they become
a foundation of demonic influences that have rotted from original ideals into things through greed and other things that have turned people into basically addicts to materialism and other desires of the flesh.
Yeah, that sounds
well said, George.
Good.
Thank you. I was about to call on you. Excellent.
You know, something I wanted to add to it, I think there was the other question you asked me, kind of like, I guess, like a big troll or a psyop. This was actually something I was thinking about before, how you had asked Lisa a question, and I think she had said, like, as long as somebody can kind of come up with the idea, somebody will eventually make it happen. You can go back to, like, I think the mid 1600s, and Athanasius Kircher thought he was proposing at some point that with light and crystals, you'll be able to, like, transport or project demons and spirits. You fast forward that to, like, 400 years, we have this optic cable that shoots light through it that is encoded with messages, and it goes through a wire and eventually makes it to our computer. And then through the crystals in the screen, it shows us images, and it makes us think that they're completely real. I mean, I think the guy was pretty on fucking point.
Spooky.
I'm not going to argue that one.
So, you know what I'm saying? So,
well, a lot of people have reported
all this technology. I think we're being mind fucked in a sense too. People, this is the biggest thing I think is actually really screwing up humanity, is that when people are scrolling through social media, they believe everything that they're actually seeing. A lot of these people, they're not even occultists. They're just motherfucking making up shit because they want to be popular or they want to have a subscribe button to hit. I hate to say, but like,
there are higher dimensional principalities at work manipulating the minds of men who have no clue what's going on. Most of them, some of them may, but other than that, this is something that's way outside the realm of human comprehension, even, or being able to do anything close to what's happening currently.
Well, what you said about the demons and the crystals, I mean, that immediately strikes a chord with me. I talk about this quite often, but the Eminem video where the black smoky stuff is like jumping inside the tablet, and then it jumps out of the tablet into Eminem, into Marshall, and his eyes turn black, like he's being possessed by some kind of demon. You see this in a lot of different shows.
In real flesh.
What was that, George?
I have seen that happen twice in my life in the flesh.
Yeah, sure. I think they're copying something legitimate and real.
I've been working on a mass exorcism for the past 35 years, so I've got a bit of experience in this.
Interesting.
Is what it is.
Hopefully that works out.
Well, everything right now is kind of indicating, yes, that it is, to the point where I can finally relax. It feels like I just took a dump after holding it for 42 years. Relieving.
Well, that must be one big rocky dump.
Oh, it's bigger than Bono himself.
Oh my. Thank you, George.
The man on the mountain, quite literally.
Well, I hope that works out great.
You guys ever wonder if iPhone forcibly putting U2 on your phone every freaking time you get a phone is some kind of psyop?
Oh yeah, and I mean, nothing against the LGBT movement and people out there, but it was like wasn't it two guys kissing or something like that on the cover?
I don't know. I don't remember, but I just
I remember.
I don't really like U2.
Oh yeah, they're hit and miss. I know that. Wasn't
that whole argument about LGBT, at least on the base level, real quick? We're all born with a prostate, so that says that we're all born naturally bisexual. It comes down to the person and what your choices are and preferences are in life, plain and simple.
Well, you can take the Crowley route.
Or you can take the Crowley route. I don't recommend that one. That gets a little touchy in the energy dynamics.
Somebody said, who was it? Was that one of our guests that just came on here? Chris Knowles. He said that when Crowley died, he had a prolapsed anus.
Yeah, this is
He's talking Crowley. Oh boy.
Back to Crowley again.
I'm not saying he doesn't mean it this way too, but if again back to the eye symbolism, the same muscle that's in our eye that makes our pupil change, and our asshole has the same muscle. Mm-hmm. And he has said magic's in the butt.
Well, don't forget too, he was an opioid.
No, he technically he wasn't wrong. If it has to do with the eyes, he was still right. The sphincter muscle is in our eyes.
I've said this. No, seriously. I was actually learning how to work with psilocybin mushrooms and realized they relax the sphincters in your body, even the diverticuli sacs within your intestines, to allow you to basically push out any of the toxic crap that's been stored in there. And well, anybody who's eaten enough mushrooms knows they will work in that fashion.
I mean, even I think I might have shown it to Jen. Did I ever send you that picture of my eyes before? I don't know. Maybe he's muted, but like,
Jen, you there?
Oh,
Jen?
yes. I'm sorry. I was muted. I couldn't find the button. Yes, you did, Nick. And
I
no,
mean-
I agree. I agree that it's definitely there is. It can be either or. Like Nick. I'm more like with what Teresa said to you on your last Marion episode, where she said it's like the three things. That's how we think of it in Tantra. Like it's the inner, outer, secret. So there's like it's like what Lisa's saying. It's like what you're saying, and then there is this like secret thing, which is the dialectical sort of relationship between you and the object that you're seeing, like your perception that creates instantly, like, you know, when you talk about like how if people know your name or like have you in their minds, that's what I'm talking about. Like, so there's the three layers. So I agree with you, but I also think that there's like multiple other sort of, I don't know, stages of consciousness that are happening. And I will just also add about the crystal thing, which is really interesting. We do use crystals very often in like Tantric Buddhism. Like if you ever go to a Dharma center, they will have a lot of crystals on the altar. And we also do nectar pills, which are the 5 like transgressive substances. So it's like ejaculate, menstrual fluid, et cetera, et cetera. So, but it's all these little homeopathic pills. You're not really eating. It's not like it, but that's obviously where the cakes of light thing really came from, is from nectar pills. I've really come to realize like all this stuff is just like filtered through and like they understand it in their way and we obviously understand it in our way, but you know, I mean, it's transgressive left hand stuff. It's the same basically in all cultures.
Oh,
anyway, sorry, that's all I had.
The reason why I had asked him if I sent him the picture is I think I've even sent it to Lisa, Teresa, and Headless. Is that sometimes like on meditations, or this has happened to me in the past when I actually do think I've had magical experiences, my pupils will actually change. One will get smaller, and one will get bigger. And there's times where I push myself to the brink of snapping out and going somewhere else. I won't do that anymore. I haven't done that in a while, but I'll bring myself very close to it. And after the fact, I've taken pictures of my eyes, and one is smaller and one's bigger. And
One time, a long time ago, I had somebody on Twitter, or now known as X. I'm not going to say who it was because she swore me to secrecy, but she sent me a picture of her pupils, and they were actually they went like all fractal, like they turned into like these hexagons almost, like there was actual sharp corners, like they turned into like little octagons. It was weird, one of the weirdest things I've ever seen. But the reason she sent it to me, yeah, I mean, maybe, but there could be like some kind of underlying DNA thing or something like that going on, because sometimes when people are tripping on those psychedelic substances, their eye will turn into a slit or like a cat or a snake eye, kind of like you see in some of these videos with like Rothschilds and George Bush and stuff like that. I swear I haven't seen my own eyes do it one time, and that was really weird.
Freak you out? You're like,
I'm on quite the combination of psychedelics at this very moment. So if you got any questions, I can answer those.
Well, I think that I think psychedelics are ancient, like a plant technology in a way where
they're soul defragmenters on a basic level.
Well, I think they're chemical binoculars, like what Terrence McKenna says, in that you can take them and
one
you can
aspect,
see
yeah.
the dead, you can see ghosts and magnetic fields and so on and so forth.
Each one has different traits and capacities in that regard, but at a base core functional level, they are an antivirus and they are a defragmenter.
I feel personally that even psychedelic and entheogenic compounds could be a form of organic technology themselves.
They're also used for trauma resolution because fragmentation is caused by trauma. That's why people lose their minds when they experience severe trauma. And many times they find psychedelic medicines to completely help them get through that. So I'm all for it. Speaking from my own experience.
Absolutely, man. I think honestly that this new revolution coming up when it comes to entheogenic plants and compounds it is going to be kind of an awakening for the collective as well.
Absolutely.
Mean, a lot of people feel it's a double-edged sword because yes, they can make you highly suggestible, and so a lot of people do kind of question, the I guess you could say the motives behind this decriminalization, legalization. But like I said before, it's a tool. You know.
Well, as iboga and ibogaine become more prevalent in the cultural zeitgeist, what you just described will continually perpetuate. I have no doubt in my mind, or soul.
Well, I feel like that in a way, all this microdosing and all this stuff, it's the psychedelics aren't being used properly. They're not being.
There's
held
different
in a
ways to use them for
ceremonial-
different needs.
Well,
If
there's
you
not-
use them in
they're-
small
well,
microdoses,
don't
it allows you
interrupt.
to take more time to look at the fine details and come to terms with things.
They're not being.
Or you can have yourself blasted with it all at once and then spend the next couple of weeks walking around crazy going, oh my God, I saw God, and not really getting the full message.
Well, they're not being used in a ceremonial fashion. There's no.
That I agree with.
Seeing that certain aspects of it where, communicating, all these people are doing it with big crowds of people at concerts, but they're not doing it alone in their bedroom in the dark.
I am.
Just sitting there.
There's something weird about that movie, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, where Johnny Depp goes to Las Vegas. Like, I feel like there's some kind of satanic undertones with that movie, learning about the author's connections to Bohemian Grove and stuff like that, and just the fact that, like you guys are saying, he's taking these shamanic substances, putting them in a whole different realm, which you're not supposed to do. All the flashy materialism of Las Vegas. And Jafar SABNW has a question from the chat. He's asking everybody, is anybody familiar with the adrenochrome high? Has anybody tried adrenochrome?
Nope. And I will never.
Hell no. Hell no.
Never. Nah, when I was younger, it was funny because my uncle, he had really bad Lyme's disease. So me and my cousin, we stole a thing of epinephrine because we thought it was adrenochrome, and we ended up doing, we ended up doing that. And then, but luckily, once I found out really what adrenochrome was, I was like, man, I'm grateful I did not try that. So.
That's another reason why I'm suspicious of that movie, because of that whole focus on the adrenochrome. And then in subsequent years, we hear this stuff coming up through the pipelines about adrenochrome this, adrenochrome that, satanic this, satanic that. It's really odd. It seems like it might be some of this predictive programming that you guys talk about quite a bit on your show.
It got quiet.
Or maybe it's nature putting little clues in for us to pay attention to, so we know things when they come out later.
I mean, I'm like on the middle ground with that. I think that
Right.
I'm on the oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm on the middle ground with the predictive programming. I do think in ways we're being trolled. I do. I think that I do. I mean, Rob, don't you agree? I mean, look at it right now. I mean, they're being so blatant, and everybody's just like, I mean, all of us who understand what we're looking for as far as occult symbolism goes, I mean, we're seeing it like red flags. But I do think in ways we're being trolled, but I also think there could possibly be a middle ground that they do have some kind of karmatic rule that they do have to inform us in a subconscious manner. That's just my opinion, though.
Yeah, I mean that's. I mean, you use the word troll, right? And that's not a bad terminology to use. Another example I could bring up is the whole Alex Jones thing. To me, that's a form of like mega trolling the truth community. Like, he's talking about real stuff. He's hinting at real stuff. He's throwing a lot of little rabbit holes out there, probably knowing that 99.9% of people will never even look this stuff up or inquire about it. And then when it's all said and done, they can turn around and say, hey, we sent this clown out there to tell you guys what was going on, what we were doing, but you didn't listen to him. Now look where you're at. You had your chance to listen, but you didn't. You didn't listen to AJ. Now you're all screwed.
Well, what is it? I heard it's like they have to give you a choice. Like, they give you the truth and they give you the lies. And then if the people believe the lies, then it's kind of our own doing. We've kind of walked into that on the free will principle. But that's just something I hear and I've been entertaining a little bit lately.
So are you saying that exonerates them from any karmic repercussions? Is that the claim?
I'm not exactly sure, Rob. I've been thinking about this one for a while, and that's why I do think it's something in the middle per se. That's just kind of how it always seems to be. It's like half trolling, half somewhat of an obligation. I mean, I think they take advantage, like what Daniel was saying with Alex Jones, and a good example I like to bring up is when they were going off the whole gas stoves and gas vehicles thing. I'm like, gas stoves, gas vehicles, gas lighting. Okay, so they're basically throwing out the symbolism to us that they're gaslighting us at this point in time. So
they think they're gaslighting.
Or is that our intuition picking up on their intent?
That could be it too, man. Honestly,
I concur, Doctor.
Hey, man, it's interesting too, man, because like if you really dig deep into the essential function of the CIA, right? Their essential function is to debunk. The best way to debunk, man, is just throw a lot of bullshit out there. Like even like I forgot, my brother was telling me this actually. Like they were talking to one of those like one of those like kind of like more credible UFO nuts or something like that. And the guy was basically saying that like the CIA told him, with all the shit that people are making up, we don't have to really work hard anymore. Like they're just doing a fantastic job for us.
The one thing I've noticed though, and I'm sure, I mean, we were even talking about this, Rob, a little bit too, man, is the waters are getting muddied. I mean, we look at things like TikTok, which has almost become kind of a mainstream media for our community, and there's a lot of false information and fear mongering that comes through TikTok as well as other kind of social media outlets. And it's true is there's a lot of, I mean, the CIA's job is to debunk for sure, but then again at the same time it's like, is it possible that they could also be the ones responsible for muddying the waters as well? So that's just something I kind of think about.
Debunking is muddying the water. Debunk doesn't necessarily mean you show it as being false. It's just creating doubt. They just throw all this information out there that kind of leads you off the trail. So some of it's true, some of it's false. So it confuses you and it keeps you going around in circles, basically. So you can't get to the truth, basically.
Oops, sorry about that, Dr. Robert. We are approaching our 2-hour mark. Show's kind of flown by. I apologize. Hopefully we're able to get to everybody enough, but just in case, I do want to open up things one more time and give everybody a chance from the Occult Rejects crew just a moment to hop up on the soapbox, say whatever they'd like to say to my audience out there, to the End of Days audience out there, and follow up that with anything and everything that you would like to plug. Let's start out with Lisa. Oh, she's muted.
Sorry about that. Anything I want to say? Yeah. Just keep digging. Just keep researching. Don't just settle for people telling you something and accepting it as what it is. Going back to, let's go with your adrenochrome example. People latched onto that and immediately took and ran with it. They'd never looked back to see why were scientists looking at adrenochrome to begin with and its origins in schizophrenia. Nobody talks about that. So my point in bringing up that example is that when you hear a topic or a concept, go deeper. That's my advice. Yeah.
Excellent. Do you have any blogs, social media, email you'd like to give out so people might be able to either learn more about you or actually contact you?
Sure. You can contact me on Twitter, or follow me on Twitter rather, at Solis Lisa, or on Instagram, Lisa Solis. Excellent. Thank you very much, Lisa. Next, let's go to BD Salerno and her wonderful artwork behind her.
Okay. I have books that are on Amazon and Barnes & Noble, if anybody's interested. I have a website, strangebuttruecrime.com, and I can be found on Instagram and Twitter and a couple other things. Oh, I have a fairly inactive channel on YouTube, Star Sleuth, which is a little bit about my work in forensic astrology or crime astrology. And basically what we're all talking about tonight, being gaslit, being misinformed, and being lied to and deceived, I think there's really behind it a really beautiful benefit if we look deep enough, and that is to look within and learn to trust ourselves, listen to our own intuition, follow our instincts, be discerning, be skeptical, And I think that if we look at it that way, then there's really a beautiful opportunity to just grow and move forward and not be destroyed or brought down by all the bullshit that we've been talking about for the past 2 hours. That's basically my message.
Excellent. Very, very good. Love it. Absolutely. Let's talk to Mr. Vance next.
Daniel, I appreciate the invite here. It's a great conversation. Definitely enjoyed it. Host of Operation GCD on Twitter, and that Operation GCD on Instagram. And despite all the mound talk I've done here this evening and cult talk, I also talk about a lot of true crime stuff. In fact, I would recommend any folks of the interwebs go check out the Occult Rejects, the Idaho 4 true crime series we're doing, Nick, myself, and Ron from New England. It's not the same old conversation relative to the topic. I like to think we're doing some unique stuff there. Just like the Smiley Face Killers series here, we're not doing the same old kind of Smiley Face Killers discussion with this crew here tonight. We just did the first episode in that series, and we got a few more planned. Going, taking a deeper look at some of the cases that are more confirmed, some of the canonical cases, versus also taking some of those characteristics and comparing them to the newer cases that are currently occurring in places like Austin, Texas. And I think a unique perspective into that topic of the Smiley Face Killers is BD's forensic astrology outlook. I think that's pretty unique as well. I find that very interesting. But yeah, so we do a lot of true crime stuff. In fact, I'm retired Air Force military police for 20 years and former private detective. So that's kind of more my professional background is in things relative to that subject matter. But yeah, great to meet you, Daniel. Great conversation. I enjoyed the whole round table here tonight. So yeah, for sure. Definitely enjoyed a conversation in the future.
Likewise, absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Vance, or JJ. Jin, he's a member of the Occult Rejects crew. He's got to go next.
Well, I mean, I am, but I mean, only if Nick says it's okay.
Yes,
Well, I did submit my ROI blog today, so in some ways, maybe. Well, okay, so I have everybody did so great, and honestly, it's really hard to follow up, and like I did get really stoned tonight, and usually I don't do this on live streams, but I everybody was smoking. Like Nick always has like a purple cloud around him, so it's
like man.
Anyways, JJ, I'd really love to talk to you more, and I'm really looking forward to podcasting with BD really soon. Nick, thank you. You did amazing. Obviously, I love all the work. Idaho 4, that's been my favorite series. The Solomon's Temple, I love. The Marian Mysteries, I love. I mean, and then you and Lisa doing all the I guess like more historical occultist. I love, that's really my kind of stuff, like where I can really, because the true crime really is like, it freaks me out like substantially. So but yeah, I love everything. So I'm a true fanboy. I'm a true Occult Reject fanboy. So I'll just own it now. And so I have my own show, Threshold Saints. I just released an episode with part of the gang, Teresa, and I have I have 22 episodes recorded, and I'm keeping going, and the season will continue to go. And so yeah, that's, people can check me out on Twitter at Wukong Reborn, WUKONG Reborn. I'm also going to do more blogs on the ROI, Occult Research Institute, with Nick, Lisa, JJ, BD, everybody, and who's in part of that. And I have a series with Megan, 7 Degrees of Wisdom. We're doing a 2-part, second part on beginning Theurgy. So we have a second part coming out that will also be on the ROI. We'll have the links there and all that stuff. So thanks, guys, and amazing show tonight.
Thank you, Jin the Ninja. Now to Nick himself.
Well, thank you. I had a really good time tonight. That was really an awesome discussion, and it was a fun show, actually. So I really appreciate it. I guess things I like to leave with people to think about. I guess like one important thing, like we had mentioned polymaths before. I really do think that it's very important to understand that when you want to get into occultism or like occult science, that you're gonna have to look at things from multiple different angles. And I think, you know, if you go back and like look at like the 16 or 1700s, I mean, even earlier than that, you know, there were people that were like even associated with the church, or like there were people who were like known occultists and kind of weren't shunned, but like they were making really profound like discoveries. And like basically what I'm trying to get at is that like a lot of the stuff that even, you know, we go back to like Crowley or the Golden Dawn or Elvis Levi, like all these people were studying stuff from the, you know, 800s, 1200s, maybe earlier, but like they knew all that stuff from then. In my opinion, that's what I think. So like go like kind of what Lisa was saying, definitely dig deeper, learn to understand art, because I do think that like a main reason why I cover emblems, or I want to start covering emblem books a lot, is that I do believe that occultists understood that people is going to be speaking different languages. And maybe even these things may even last a long time. They may even be around for a few hundred years. Who knows? But if you can't understand that language or understand what's being said, the art and the emblems in that book will tell you anyway. So I think it's also very important to learn to understand art, and even how art can be even seen in like the Renaissance, pointing back to the eyes and I think the brain a lot. So I think it's, you know, very important to incorporate a lot of different angles to understand something. Hence why I have all these different people on the show with me, because I can't cover all those things myself. So I have to bring in other people who I think are actually the best at what they do. You know, like it may sound cheesy. This is going to be so cheesy, but I've said this to a few people. At one point, I had in my mind, I said, I want to make like the Wu-Tang version of fucking conspiracy podcasting. I want to get people that are on the show that are able to hold their own and are great at what they do. And when we come together, we all have a different style and we just kill the topics. So I think it's been kind of going like that so far. So I'm happy with that. But I really want to also promote, just take this time to promote that like Sunday, we will be going live. I think it's 7 o'clock. I could be wrong, 7 or 8. I have to check the notes. And we will be doing the Smiley Face Killers 2. And that will start including some of the newer victims, unfortunately.
Oh my God. Y'all are brave. You're brave. You're
And
unafraid.
I will be like showing links to stuff with like the police departments, EMS, and secret societies, you know, all sorts of weird shit. So I highly suggest to start taking, you know, to keep an eye out for that. And that will have BD as Lisa, as JJ, all of us that were here. We're all on that throughout the whole series.
Excellent. Anything else at all, Nick? Any social media or anything like that you want to throw out there?
Just the Occult Rejects. You can find that on Twitter, Instagram, all major podcasts, BitChute, Rumble, and YouTube.
All right. Well, hey, you guys, thank you so much for coming on. I had a great time. We'll definitely have to do a part 2 one of these days. Absolutely.
Sounds good.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Thank you for coming on. Thank all of you, Mr. Vance, BD Salerno, Lisa, of course, Jen, who joins us frequently, and of course, the man himself, Nick. Always been a fan of the Occult Rejects. Love the show that you're doing with Lux. Love how you have rebuilt the show into an exciting, new, innovative form. Absolutely love it. And I will continue to listen and just keep on rocking on. Keep doing a great show. You know, it's right up my alley. It's something I'm interested in, so I'll definitely be listening.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Awesome. All righty. Let's get with our main man. Whoops, what am I doing? I'm just messing up all over the place. Here he is, Dr. Robert. Dr. Robert, are you there still?
I'm here, man. I'm ready.
All right. Let us journey down the rabbit hole with the host of Down the Rabbit Hole, the good doctor himself, Mr. Dr. Robert. Cue that theme music.
Hey everyone. Let's begin with prayer. My heart is on fire. In my madness, I roam the city streets, and the flames of my passion devour the winds in the sky. My ancestors' cries for justice, their wails of sorrow, are tormenting my soul. My red queen waits patiently. She looks into my intoxicated eyes. She accepts my passion with deep serenity and love. She is the master of existence. One day, I shall be a lover like you, I say. Welcome. Welcome to Down the Rabbit Hole with Dr. Robert, the show where one question can make you look tall and another can make you seem small, very small. I am Dr. Robert, and I'm your host, sort of. Daniel-san hosts the show, and this is only a segment of End of Days Radio. In today's episode 15, we delve deeper into our investigation of whether a secret Nazi cabal is operating within the United States corridors of political power and influence. In our last episode, episode 14, we embarked on what seemed like an impossible tale about NASA, the occult, and the alchemic blending of science and magic. And now, in this episode, episode 15, we continue our tale about these two strange bedfellows, or unlikely companions, in our lives. Due to its military application, the U.S. Army Air Corps visited von Karman and the company in 1940 and decided they wanted to support and sponsor their rocket research. The first visitor was none other than General Pap Arnold, the famous and outspoken aviator. In anticipation of the upcoming Asian conflict, he predicted the need for jet-assisted takeoff and the landing capability, JATO or JATO, for his aircraft, thus enabling UF aircraft to take off and land on very short runways. Von Karman, Foreman, Parsons, and several others got to work on the program immediately. It is interesting to note that most of the patents generated from this research are in Parsons' name. Several of the others would also go to glory, but not without a bit of strum on grain in California. The CalCit project was now renamed the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, or JPL. Jack Parsons was a founding member. When General Arnold returned to Washington, a background check was initiated on Parsons by Army intelligence. The person requesting the FBI to scour its records, if any, on Parsons was none other than Brigadier General Sherman Miles, head of G2 in Washington. General Miles was a famous name in Washington circles, coming from a long line of military officers who of whom fought in Indian wars. Miles himself played a role in drawing up boundaries in the post-war World War I Europe, a role for which he is still remembered. What he is best known for, however, was his reluctance to cover for his commanding officer, General George Marshall, at the time of the Pearl Harbor attack on December 7, 1941, when for a while the general could not be found as the teletypes were burning up miles of copper wire between Hawaii and DC. General Miles was later relieved of command. The FBI reported back that they had found nothing damaging about Parsons, and he was awarded security clearance. Interestingly, Naval Intelligence, ONI, also requested information on Parsons during that time. Bookmark that thought. In this case, the intelligence officer was one Captain W.B. Phillips, who may have been the same Phillips who later commanded an amphibious transport vehicle in the Pacific War. As before, nothing damaging was found. While back in California, Parsons had impressed the Agape Lodge membership so much that one member, Jane Wolfe, had written to Crowley telling him she thought Parsons would become the order's head in the future. As early as March 1941, W.T. Smith praised Parsons in a letter to Crowley. The war with Germany was well underway by this time. On June 13, 1941, the Agape Lodge Temple initiated Grady McMurray, an Army officer, into the OTO. McMurray was subsequently posted to England, where he met Aleister Crowley, the Prophet of Thelema. The two developed an unusual relationship during McMurray's time in England. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, Crowley worked with British intelligence figures such as Dennis Wheatley and Ian Fleming, as well as his friends from the Order. The plot thickens. Of course, they would later become famous novelists. But at the time, they sought Crowley's assistance in using his knowledge of the European occult underground to aid in the war effort. After the war, McMurray safely returned to the United States and took over leadership of the OTO following Crowley's death, and that of his chosen successor. You don't find that suspicious? You don't find that suspicious? That's me parroting Dr. Umar. You don't find that suspicious? That's not curious? We'll discuss more about McMurray's activities in later episodes, but it's worth noting that his movements between the Agape Lodge, which is notorious among the rocket scientists who worked on classified projects, and London, where Crowley, their leader, resided, suggests a larger purpose. In 1942, Parsons solved the JATO problem all by himself. The engineers faced the difficulty because the solid fuel formulas degraded quickly during storage. Parsons created a more stable formula based on a mixture of asphalt and potassium perchlorate. He was inspired by something called Greek fire, which was used in ancient times. You know that it would be untrue. You know that I would be a lie if I was to say to you, girl, we couldn't get much higher. Come on, baby, light my fire. Come on, baby, light my fire. Try to set the world on fire! Okay, got overwhelmed. By this time, the Aerojet Corporation had developed a solid and sold these materials to the Army for use in their rockets. Aerojet was eventually acquired by General Tire and Rubber, which is now known as GenCorp. One of the Rocketeers, Frank Molina, sold his shares and opened an art gallery in Paris. Later, in 1960, Stanton Friedman, who would become a UFO researcher and nuclear physicist, found employment there. And then there's this document. Dun, dun, dun! Regarding Church of Thelema, also known as Arena Templis Orientis OTO Phonetic Security Matter G. Thus, the Church of Thelema entered FBI files. The informant claimed that he was invited to the party in Pasadena, California, either in June or July of 1940. What he thought would be a party turned out to be a meeting of the order. No details were recalled except for the fact that the participants were naked and wore robes. For shame. Before the proceedings, name deleted, was giving a drugged glass of liquor, causing him to not remember much of the proceedings. During the reign of W.T. Smith, the order had a policy of promoting free love to attract new members. A member from the time mentions an informant who claims to have suffered from amnesia, but it is not known if any drug was involved in causing this amnesia. Parsons was a chemist who later worked in the pharmacology department at the university. Although his primary interest in chemistry was of the explosive variety, there's evidence through his writings that he also consumed drugs. In a poem published in the Order newsletter, Oriflamme, he explicitly stated, "I live on peyote, marijuana, morphine, and cocaine." Although there may be some exaggeration in these claims, it is possible drugs were used in combination by members of the Agape Lodge who were proponents of free love. Love, though beautiful, ladies and gentlemen, often comes at a price. Eventually, we have to pay for it. Jack's wife, Helene Northrop, left with W.T. Smith in 1944, leaving Parsons with her 18-year-old sister after Smith impregnated her. Sarah Elizabeth Northrop, nicknamed Betty, was a student at USC known for attractiveness. During the summer of 1945, while they were having an ongoing affair, she and Jack met a naval officer who changed their lives forever. The founder of Scientology, L. Ron Hubbard, was known to the world not as a science fiction author with several published stories, but as a struggling one. It is worth examining the strange relationship between Parsons and Hubbard, as it played a pivotal role in both their lives and directly led to the creation of Scientology. Many celebrities, such as John Travolta, Tom Cruise, and the late Kirstie Alley, have joined the ranks of Scientology, and the organization has been linked to various other manifestations, such as Charles Manson and the Process Church of Final Judgment. This episode in the lives of Parsons and Hubbard may have indirectly led to Parsons' death, making it all the more significant to explore. Dig deeper, dig deeper. It could be argued that L. Ron Hubbard was a leader of his generation, similar to Joseph Smith. He, like Smith, embarked on the spiritual journey through ceremonial magic and even used some of the same materials as Smith, such as the Keys of Solomon and the Books of Moses. These materials were fundamental to the OTO, which drew from European systems of ritual magic that included planetary invocations, spirit invocations, demonology, and the Kabbalah. Additionally, Smith was particularly interested in Freemasonry. Got tongue-tied there a bit. Like Smith, Hubbard founded a religion with millions of members based on his revelations and Dianetics as its core sacred scripture. Hubbard's cult faced attacks from religious organizations and various governments, much like Smith's. Like Smith, he also had military aspirations and expected strict obedience from his followers, threatening excommunication as punishment. And like Smith, Hubbard had a penchant for the ladies. Arguably, Southern California in the 20th century was the West Coast equivalent to the 19th century New York's burnt-out district. Religious revivals and spiritual societies flourished in and around Los Angeles in the post-World War II era. Religious leaders from various denominations and persuasions successfully attracted members, including celebrities and wealthy supporters. Parsons was a serious spiritual seeker, while Hubbard acted as his assistant, or the Edward Kelly to his John Dee. Hubbard's various biographies contradict each other in important areas, and it has taken researchers years to piece together his true resume. His naval record during the war years is not a source of pride for him. He unnecessarily claimed great achievements in his past, which did not exist, despite having notable genuine achievements. After the incident in Pasadena, Hubbard was successful in taking Parsons' money and his girlfriend. As a result, Parsons had to file a lawsuit to recover his money, although he may have lost his love forever. This event is a perfect example of how fleeting worldly possessions and glory can be. In Latin, this idea is expressed as sic transit amora mundi. Let us stop here. White Rabbit Kill Squad, war cry, hootie hoo, hootie hoo. Stay tuned for our next upcoming episode. Same rabbit ass time, same rabbit ass channel.
Welcome back, everybody, to End of Days Radio. I'm your host, Daniel, putting on the shades ever so ceremoniously. I'd like to announce we have hit a new live listener record of 321 live listeners. Woo! I never thought so many people would be listening live to the show. I was hoping just to get like 50 and call it good. But here we are, standing tall, and it is time for news of the world, news that is weird, news that affects you and me both. Many of you may have been aware of a certain viral video that's been going around featuring Howard Stern personality Elisa Jordana beating on a small, nerdy-looking billionaire, and then this little guy goes crazy and starts like grabbing her hair and kind of thrashing her around, and she's going, "Oh, I'm sorry." And so many people are watching this video, and a lot of them don't even know who Elisa Jordana is. Like, unless you're into the Stern show, you're probably not going to know who she is. And some of you might actually remember there was a short period of time when I was actually on Elisa's show, Kermit and Friends. I was on like 2 or 3 episodes. I was on her after show. I was part of her Discord for a while. So when this video came out, I was surprised. I was amused, but people that don't know this individual, Elisa Jordana, aka Elisa, her real name Elisa Schwartz, they probably don't know what she's all about. And let me say that there's a reason why I left that show, why I discontinued any association with Elisa or her what do we call it, a cult, basically. For that very reason, the behavior you saw in that video, where this guy that supposedly gave her all this money, like he's a sugar daddy, right? He's giving her all this money. Hey, Raven, through her online show where she goes around and she gets money for doing weird things like making out with her dog and stuff like that, right? Well, this is perfectly in character for her. For those that remember her from the Howard Stern show, she was doing everything that she could to milk the show. To the writer on the show, Benji, he's a member of the crew and cast on the Howard Stern show. She was actually his girlfriend, and she was just taking him for everything that he was worth. I observed, as being a part of her circle for a short period of time, that these transactional relationships were pretty much all that was going on. She had a very tight circle of guys, and they all seemed to be kind of like in love with her and just doing whatever they could to get points with her, get her approval, whatever. Of course, she wouldn't date any of them. She would just kind of let them do all these favors for her and stuff like that. In fact, her her producer kind of like went nuts on her at some point. He like bought her a diamond ring or something like that, and then she took it, like she accepted it, and then she told him that she'd never be interested in him, and he kind of flipped out. But seeing what's going on with her in this video, I understand she was actually arrested after the incident because she had the video starts with her. She's complaining that this man, this son of a billionaire, millionaire, whoever he is, I guess he gave Elisa like a total of $2 million. And you'd think she'd be like, this is great. I got $2 million. I'm going to go retire. I'm going to go move into the mountains somewhere. But no, she was angry because this guy was not only giving money to her, but giving money to another woman, giving money to some 20-year-old named Sarah, right? So he's giving money to this other girl. She's flipping out, and because she likes to make everything a part of her online persona, her show. She's trying to kind of be like Howard Stern, in my opinion, blending fantasy with reality. So she's got him sitting there, and she's calling up the Sarah girl, trying to start drama, turn them against each other or whatever. I think she's trying to like drive this Sarah girl out of the picture. But this guy, he's sitting there and he's like saying, Sarah, I'm sorry. And she's saying, shut up. And she's taking her fist and she's hammer fisting him into his body. And, this guy's like half her size. Yeah, he's a male, but he's small and slender, and she's like hammer fisting him and just knocking him around. And then she takes the back of her fist and just pops him right in the nose, and his nose is bleeding. He says something like, if you hit me again, I'm gonna stalk you, or something like that. And then somehow it gets to the point where he's had enough, and he's grabbing her and he's like pulling on her hair, and he's like tossing her out of the vehicle, and she's going, oh, I'm sorry, help me, he's killing me. When I heard that he's killing me line, I'm sorry, I don't advocate violence against women or anything like that, but I was cracking up. I gotta be honest with you guys. Knowing Elisa, knowing that she is involved in so many of these nefarious actions, and her crew, her circle, they're involved with these nefarious sort of actions, seeing that happen to her, that as many people probably feel the same way I do. There was a little bit of satisfaction in that. So she's kicked out of the car. I guess she gets arrested later on. Before that actually happened, I guess there's another part of the video where there's a female cop like warning her, don't hit that guy. You're going to go to jail. Don't do that. Love seeing that as well. But so she has to go to jail. And what's funny is my short time being kind of, friendly with Elisa. I don't know if I'd say we were friends. I don't think we quite got to that point yet, but certainly we were acquainted. And I was trying to tell her, you got to get away from all this like immature drama, these people that are doing bad things, and you're becoming associated with it. Why not take your show in another direction? This is when she was podcasting, looking to having some good guests on, build it up in a serious way. I was trying to convey to her that her image wasn't the best, her reputation wasn't the best, and maybe it'd be a good idea to kind of rebuild it in a positive fashion. That's all. And that really angered her crew. Next thing you know, people were coming on my show and pulling their dicks out and stuff like that, just disgusting stuff. And that led to a breakup. But I really think that she should. I don't think she listens to the show. She wouldn't even come on the show. I went on her show, but she wouldn't even come on this show, which is another problem that I had. I mean, her show is really no bigger than this one. And this show's, I'm sure it's bigger than hers. Not that that's what's important, but just the fact that she wouldn't even come on here and just, do an interview for 30 minutes or something like that. And, people don't even really know who she is, so it would have only done her good. But I really think she needs to take a look at the way she's conducting herself, the general modus operandi of her life. Yeah, sure, you can, get guys to give you money and do this and that for you, but that's not going to ever make you happy. You're never going to be happy doing that. One piece of advice that I gave her was to, hey, you know what? Stop the bullshit. Find a nice Christian man, settle down with him. And I'm going to hold to that. I think she should drop all the nonsense, the troublemaking, the hijinks, the immaturity, and stop lying. Stop lying about your age. We know you're not 35. You're You're almost 50. We know that the math doesn't make any sense. It's time to grow up and move on with life, and get your image turned around, especially now, because you got what you wanted. This video is going viral, but there's a difference between fame and infamy. This is negative attention. This is not doing anything for her. It's just everything about it is bad. People come across you on the streets. They're not going to think, oh wow, I met Lisa Jordana. They're going to think, oh man, I hate her. She's disgusting. You don't want that. You don't want that to be your image. So while I was entertained by that video, I just felt like, because I was on her show before, I should mention something about it or touch on it at least a little bit. But I'm sure if you haven't seen it by now, you'll come across it. Elisa, please clean up your act. And that's that. Moving on, let's... Clint says, I watched that lady in the video and it killed my buzz. Laugh a lot. Yeah, I'm sure she's killed a buzz or two. I could go on about things that I saw in that community, but one of the really bad things they're doing, they're doxing people. They doxed me, once I kind of expressed my differing opinions on the way things were headed. And they were also swatting people, which means you actually send the police to a person's house. You make up some lie and you call the police. That's so illegal and that's so dumb. Like, these cops, they have actual bad guys they need to go take care of. They have good people they need to help. Don't waste their time with that. That's so immature. It's so wrong in every way. And everybody out there who knows who she is knows that she's associated with this stuff, and that's not good. It's catching up to her. But I'll leave it at that. I mean, last thing I want to do is give more attention to somebody that is very into getting attention. So I'll leave it like that and hopefully never touch on it again. The eclipse. Did anything happen? The thing is with these celestial events or rituals and things like that, you got to give them time. Nothing's ever going to happen right there. Like, that's something a lot of people don't understand about magical ritual. You're not necessarily going to have Satan appear before you with his pitchfork and say, oh, what is it that thou seeks? It doesn't quite work that way. Like, at first, it's probably going to look like nothing's happening, and you're going to get bored with it, and you're just going to carry on with your normal life. And then as time goes by, you'll start seeing the synchronicities, and then things will really start to kick into action. That's how it works. It's never all of a sudden. So whatever type of spells or rituals these people were doing during the eclipse, don't expect any immediate effect. Clint, any thoughts on the eclipse?
I think it could have all been either an elaborate psyop or people just spreading rumors and being ruled by their own superstition, possibly. Because I remember the eclipse in there was an eclipse in 92 or something, or might have been 91, and we had to do a cardboard box thing, so we weren't looking directly at the sun. And I was just like, this is ridiculous, and I'm just sitting there staring at the sun. And it was pretty neat. It was very interesting. It didn't hurt my eyes or anything, that's for sure.
Isn't this something that only happens every once in 20 years?
Yeah, it's not a everyday occurrence or anything. Same with a full lunar eclipse. What's weird is that one time I tripped on a lunar eclipse 13 years ago, and that's when me and my friends had strong psychic abilities, basically. I think that there is a certain aspect of...
So you in this group, you were having some telepathic shit happening.
Oh yeah, my friend was reading my mind without my consent, and I'm just sitting there leave me alone, dude.
That's freaky. That's freaky. I wish I could say that I have not experienced that type of stuff, but I'm right there with you. I've had some incidents, and it's freaky stuff. It makes you almost want to bury your head in the sand.
Oh yeah. Well, it was really weird because I think I vaguely told you about this before, where I tried the Terrence McKenna mushroom dare, And basically, I tried his dare. I did speak with some kind of mushroom spirit, and that when my friend was reading my mind, I was worried that he was going to get to that memory, and that the mushroom ghost was going to enter the room.
Yeah, that's something that I've had issues with, like in terms of like psychic awareness and stuff like that. I wonder, is it just that people that are tuned in, they can read like surface stuff, or can they actually like get inside of your memories and stuff like that? The idea of that's kind of terrifying.
Well, I tested it. I I said, okay, if you read my mind, what am I thinking right now? And I was thinking of my ex being pregnant and having a bunch of stretch marks on her belly. And he was like, oh, and then he said her name, and then he's like, stretch marks, what the fuck? So it was definitely real. It was, there's no way he could have guessed that,
The Martian Medicine Man, aka Al, he has a comment. He says, "Has anybody considered that the psyops were the rituals?"
Oh yeah, that sounds like a very intriguing thought, because they always need energy at times. It's like I made a joke about, okay, so you were saying how some douchebag flashed you on the show or whatever. Well,
yeah,
like, I was just,
and they said the N-word too. I think I told you about that before.
Oh yeah, that's ridiculous. They're fucking garbage. But I was I was doing a show the other night, and Todd was there, and fucking some guest came on. You know how I always send an open invite. Some guest came on and flashed everybody, and I had to delete the first hour.
His wiener?
Yeah, and it was incredibly freaking annoying, because I was on a really good constitutional rant. And then I'm like, oh, cool, a guest. And then some douchebag fucking flashed the whole, and it was like that motherfucker. If I could find that person in real life, they would be getting an ass whooping.
Yeah, what they're trying to do when they do that is they're trying to get your channel flagged.
Yeah, they're complete cowards and garbage. And but my point though, so I jokingly burned a roach and put the sigil of Asmodai on and said, dear Asmodai, will you hunt this douchebag down?
Oh, dang.
And then I made another joke that the superstition of my viewers would make it so, because I didn't actually believe.
Yeah, be careful with that. I mean, I've kind of done similar things. I probably shouldn't be talking about this, but I've tried to like send demons after people, and they're powerful. Like I mean, I'm not praising demons or anything like that, but demons are a lot more powerful than people think. Like they really can do some shit that most people probably wouldn't believe.
Well, I've been reading this book called Devil Worship in France by Arthur Edward Waite, and I'm on, what page am I on here? 109. And like a few chapters ago, they were talking about witnesses who claimed that like a naked devil basically appeared, and that it was really weird, because Arthur Edward Waite is trying to look at it from a scientific point of view and try to rule out.
If it's France, I believe it, because that sounds like something the devil would do, like appear naked in France one day.
Oh yeah. Well, some of the old witchcraft stuff from the Archon.rule book was stating that that a black, like a pitch, like a black figure would appear, all like a shadow person, and that they thought that was the devil, and that I don't remember which chapter that was, but it was very intriguing.
A lot of people see those things during rituals. Like I've had experiences and half sleep with the shadow beings. A lot of people have, and like what I feel that it is, it's not necessarily this or that demon or this or that dead person. It could be like anything. It's just that spiritual beings, when they manifest, that's like one of the main forms that they take, because they have to kind of use the environment to manifest, and they're kind of like using moisture in the air or something like that. I mean, I don't pretend like I have it figured out, but there's something like that going on.
Well, I told you that tapestry shadow person story, didn't I? Or
no?
Well, it was okay. So this is like 15 years ago or something, and it was me and my friends. We're at my old house. There was there was no cars or anything that could drive by. There was fences around the yard. There's no windows that could be shined through or anything. But like, so I'm rolling a joint, and freaking I tripped really hard the day before, and I seen a shadow person reach from behind the fucking tapestry and go like this, and then it went back, and I was rolling a joint, and I'm like, whoa! I just kind of looked back down.
Fuck that.
5 seconds later, my friend who was standing behind me somewhere, because there's like 7 people over, and we were all gonna smoke a bunch of joints, and my friend fucking like points out, freaking out, yelling at the tapestry, like, "What did you guys see that?" You know, and it was crazy. He's seen it. I didn't say that I seen it, but he said that he's seen it in front of everybody, and they were all making fun of him. And basically, after they got done making fun of him, I was like, "Well, I seen it too." So,
well, I read a book about the shadow people. It was called the Shadow People Grimoire, and one of the main things that they do is they like to pop out behind things and like peek at you, and they'll even do it like multiple times. And then after I read this book and learned this, you know, not that long ago, like probably 6 months ago, because I'm getting into these shows like on the Travel Channel and History Channel and what's the other one, Discover or whatever. And it was a ghost hunter show, and they're showing they have some great shadow people footage on these programs, by the way. Like, people that think there's no evidence of the supernatural out there, why don't you like turn it to that channel and actually see for yourself? Because but anyways, I'm getting off track. So these shadow people in these videos, they're exhibiting the same behavior. They're like popping up behind things, just like you described, Clint. Like, they like to play this like peekaboo game, and that I don't like that. That's too sudden.
Oh yeah, some of the videos they'll peekaboo right at the very top of the ceiling, and then they'll personal run around the corner. There's no ladder or anything, and it's it's very creepy. My girlfriend and her passed away brother, freaking, they seen a shadow person when they lived by a graveyard in the basement, and then
they hang around graveyards too for whatever reason.
Oh yeah, the graveyards where I seen that Abe Lincoln looking dude. That was he had no legs and he was floating, and it was.
Did he have a top hat on?
Yeah, it was really creepy. I mean, I had to drive closer to it to get out of the graveyard, and I was like, my heart was thumping so hard, and I was looking right at it. It didn't even look at me, and it was fucking creepy. You could not see its legs. There was no legs. It was
that shows you how much we actually know about what's out there. I got to get off this topic though before I poop my pants. Like, it's some scary shit. Next news story. So let's move on to the world of Trump. We like to do at least one Trumper story per day. This is from the New York Times. The House passes a 2-year surveillance law extension without warrant requirement. Speaker Mike Johnson scaled back the measure to 2 years from 5 after Donald Trump had urged Republicans to kill in parentheses an effort to require warrants to search for America's messages failed on a tie. In a major turnaround, the House on Friday passed a 2-year reauthorization of an expiring warrantless surveillance law that had stalled this week amid GOP resistance stoked by former President Donald J. Trump. The bill would extend a provision known as Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, or FISA, F-I-S-A, that is set to lapse next Friday. It was a remarkable resuscitation of the measure from a collapse just days ago on the House floor after Mr. Trump had urged lawmakers to kill FISA. The House passage came after lawmakers only narrowly defeated a bipartisan effort to restrict searches of Americans' messages swept up by the program, a major change that national security officials has warned would gut the law. The vote reflected widespread skepticism of the program. Yeah, I don't like this. I mean, any way that they are taking away more of our rights, that's never a good thing. You know, whatever method they're using to go about that. Dr. Robert, do you happen to have any thoughts on this stuff going on with the Trumpster?
You know what, man? Have you ever read his website, dude?
His personal website, or?
Yeah, the web, like the Trump campaign website.
Like, you know, I don't think I ever really went there.
Dude, what he's proposing for like the police, dude, is some scary fucking shit, dude. That's what I gotta say, dude. Like, he's giving them like superpowers, dude. Like, to pretty much do whatever the fuck they want to do.
Well, I don't like that because the cops.
I don't like that, man. I don't think nobody like that, man.
Yeah, well, what they'll do is, like, the guys that have guns and stuff like that, they'll avoid them, and then they'll be brutal towards the people that are talking back to them during a traffic ticket and stuff like that.
Oh man, I'm just saying, I encourage everyone to read it, man, and really pay attention to how much power he wants to give the police, man. And then go back to some of his videos, man. You know, and I can't take credit for this. It's a guy who did this. His name is Brother Afro Elite, and he has a podcast. And Brother Afro Elite, man, he went through like everything on Trump's website, right? Like went to the website, and then he shows you like then he showed you past video where Trump will say, you know, back in the days, you know, you guys would put the guy in the police car and he hit his head, you know, punch him in the gut. You know what I mean? We need to bring that back. You know what I mean? That's police brutality, man. Like, I mean, read his website, man. Like, man, I'm telling you, man, the power he wants to give the police, man, is insane, dude. That's all I got to say. And don't take my word for it. Read it and draw your own conclusions. I'm telling you, I encourage everyone. I want you to run to Trump's website and read what he says about the police. Just do it and then draw your own conclusions.
I'm trying to bring it up right now. DonaldJTrump.com.
Yeah.
They're not after me, they're after you. I'm just standing in the way. He's saying that he's the last line of defense against whatever they want to do to us. Mission. You know, I'm not going to search through this whole website, but I'm sure it's in here somewhere. It's probably under the section issues because he's got all kinds of plans in this section.
Yes, it was plans, man. Like the plans about like police.
Yeah, he sold a lot of people, including myself, because as many know, I initially was pro-Trump because he was making some really persuasive arguments about bringing the country back to its peak or its pinnacle, and the economic stuff especially, I think, pulled me in because we all want a healthy economy. We want to be able to support.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, man. He said some shit, man. Like when he first started, man, that kind of like at one point, man, kind of like sort of like started like maybe make me open to the idea he might be competent enough for the office. And he talked about how, like, you know, the military will go off to war in these other nations, right? And they'll just leave tons of like $1 million equipment, you know, like that. And I was like, you know, I agree with him on that shit. You know what I mean? But, you know, but just read his website, man. That's all I got to say, man. Like, really read what he says to the police. It's some real scary draconian language, dude. Like the shit Clint is scared of. Like,
well, I'm not scared of nothing. If I can quote the Constitution, freaking, I know arguments.
No, tell me, dude, like go. I'm telling you, man. Before you speak, just read that shit.
Well, I've already known that the police have practically diplomatic immunity. That they were retrained in the early '90s by Project Delta Force by British Royal Gurkhas, and that their police procedures were made by the Royal British Gurkhas, and that the the whole Operation Delta Force thing, you know, the militarization of the police, with, you know, it's the whole spiel of it. Everything that they're doing is unconstitutional. I won't be satisfied until there's gold and silver coins that I can use to spend at a store.
Have you ever heard, and you ever heard of like, it's a book too? It's like the Warrior Cop or something like that, something to that effect, basically, right? Where basically, man, like they delve deep into like the actual training of the police, right? And they're taught to just kill people, dude, like without mercy. No, seriously, dude. Like, what? This shit is disturbing, dude. Like,
well, it's even worse than
mercy,
that because they're all members of the Masonic Fraternal Order of Police, and William Cooper reads this aid and abet newsletter that was written by an unknown Freemason who was bragging about the New World Order police state. You know, that was all the way back in the 90s, and that you know, they plant stuff on people. They do all sorts of stuff, you know.
We know that. Trust me, man. And I'm telling you, man, like, and they refine it too, man. Because this old Muslim brother told me one day, he said, you know, when before they kill a black person, you know, they said they saw something shiny.
Oh yeah, well they'll just straight up throw a gun on a person.
Yeah.
Cooper trained In an episode, Cooper testifies that when he was training the LA bomb squad or something like that, that he went to the bar afterwards with all the police, and he said they were all jokingly admitting about how they were planting guns on people and stuff. They called them
all the time,
throwaways.
dude. All the time, man.
I mean, it's got to be so
Yeah,
easy. You just, you have all these guns that you confiscate from other people that are carrying, firearms that were brought in illegally.
Oh,
that you
keep in
can't
mind,
trace.
dude. Keep in mind, like training day, that shit's based on the true story, man. I work for the city attorney's office, dude. I read that shit, dude. Like the real shit, dude. That shit is like pretty much accurate than a motherfucker, dude. Like I'm saying, like really no hyperbole, man. Like real bad, like hits, kills, murders, death squads in the LAPD, like real shit, dude. Like death squads in the LAPD,
thing.
dude.
There was a group, I don't know if we talked about it on here or somewhere else, but there was actually a group of cops calling themselves like something death squad or something like that, and they were actually going out and killing people, and it was like their own little secret society inside the police force.
Oh man, they got all kind of little like police like and white supremacist gangs too. But I'm telling you, man, like if you want to get some like we should see if we can get her on the show too if she'll come on there. There's a journalist in LA named Jasmine Canick. And on her blog, man, she has all these whistleblowers from the LAPD, man. They tell you all the shit the LAPD do, and it'll make your fucking stomach turn, dude. Like, I mean, like fucking, like, you would think the LAPD was the Hell's fucking Angels, dude. If you didn't know who they were, and you just read that shit, you would think they were the Hell's fucking Angels, dude.
They make the Hell's Angels look like the good guys.
Yeah, that's how bad that shit is. Like, you would think they were the Hell's fucking Angels. No bullshit. Bullshit you not.
Check this out. From Anything Blue in the chat, he says the Bad Boys franchise, I believe that's the one with Will Smith, has Freemasonic Easter eggs.
See,
Yeah, I don't know.
See, it's everywhere.
Now the cops and the Freemasons are pretty closely tied. Like I know that in some areas, like if you go to prison, a lot of the prison guards are Masons. And if you say anything bad about the Masons while you're in prison there, they'll beat the shit out of you and throw you in solitary confinement, et cetera, et cetera. Like they have some kind of like control over the prison system. I think in certain areas.
It goes back to what I was telling you before. It's power.
Well, when you guys remember,
laws are meaningless without power, dude. And that's what the police is for, man. That's what the sword represents on Lady Justice on Themis. You know, she has the blindfold, which means she's like no respecter of person. Like she doesn't see color, doesn't see age, doesn't see disabilities. And then she has the shield, right? Like, because you're also protected from like the law too. That's why you have defense attorneys and shit like that. Like if somebody wields the law against you, you also have a right to, and then it has the sword like enforcement. Like once I say that this is your sentence, then I could literally force you to do exactly what the fuck I tell you to do. Like
you lost all your rights.
On you, throw you in jail. Yeah, it's telling you, man. I'm telling you, man. It's just power, dude. It's power, dude. All the time. Because I'm telling you, man. Like even with the OJ case, and I'm not saying OJ. I'm not saying any of that shit, dude. Because I don't know. Because I don't know. But what I would say, man, like that you know, like after the civil trial, dude, we went to jail when he took that property back, dude. Like he legit had like a claim in the law called claim of right. Like if you reasonably believe something belongs to you and it was taken from you, like stolen from you, like you could take it back. Like
you're referring to when he broke into the memorabilia store and was stealing his stuff.
Yeah, it's your property. Yeah, you can take it back. That's a claim of right. You know what I mean? And they just railroaded him, dude. I'm telling you, dude, because it's a lot of people who believe he did that. You know, they might be right, but it's a lot, you know, and it's been held against him, dude. But like, it's just a lot of things they do, man. I go back to Kyle Rittenhouse, man. If you want to see a travesty of justice, man, like you don't have to even see color, man. Forget how he did it, dude. Just like, when the fuck have you basically seen the judge put a defendant on his fucking lap, dude, and say it's okay. I don't want them to be too stressful to you. Can you look at the jury members and tell me which ones you think will be good men? So he just let this motherfucker just handle Wadir. Like he let the defendant do his own Wadir and pick the jurors he wants.
Well, Well, the defense attorney get to interview the jury, but before I forget, I wanted to bring up Rodney King, where okay, so Rodney King, William Cooper, and Jordan Maxwell insinuate that the Rodney King beating was done on purpose to purposely create the riots to start on May 1st, to coincide with May Day, the Babylonian holiday for Ishtar.
Like
And that,
Mayday, like mayhem.
Yeah, and that there was some other there was other incidences that happened on May 1st that involved I can't remember but the William Cooper says he did a Freedom of Information Act on every judge in the United States, and that he said that 98% of the judges were 32nd degree Masons.
I believe that shit because, like, I mean, you should get out of jail free card. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, like, if anyone wants to be protected from the law, it's the motherfuckers wielding the law. I'm telling you, man, why in the hell would you make concepts like, so you have two concepts of immunity when it comes to law enforcement? You have qualified immunity, right? And that applies to police officers, right? Like, you can't sue the police officer directly, right? You know, like they can't, you know, and the rationale behind that basically, like, if they have to fear that someone can sue them if they make a mistake, you know, then like they won't be too eager. It inhibit their ability to like enforce the law properly, right?
What's it called? Question for you. What's it called when, because I've been hearing a lot about this lately for whatever reason. I don't know why, some kind of synchronicity or something. When a leader like the president has that absolute immunity where nobody can ever come after them for anything.
Diplomatic
immunity. It's a concept, absolute immunity, but it's like executive immunity, but it's only from civil suits.
Well, the everybody who's
it's hard to sue. It's hard to sue the United States government, period, or any city municipality. That shit's hard, dude.
Well, there is
you drive your car, and there's a pothole and your tire bursts. You know what I mean? Like, you can't sue the city for that shit. They're immune from that shit. And that's what I'm trying to say, dude. Like, those who wield the law and create it, dude, like they make like these little, like, you got to be careful, because remember, a lot of these don't even read these bills and proposals and shit like that. They put these little like safeguards in there, right, that protect them from prosecution and shit. They create laws to protect them from being guilty of corruption and shit like that.
Yeah, it's basically so they can get away with doing like this Whitewater, Watergate type of nonsense where they're doing things behind the scenes, and then they can take out their trump card, no pun intended, and say, hey, I have immunity. You cannot prosecute me for this, that, or this. I don't like it because it seems to go hand in hand with this type of underworld corruption that we see tied to secret societies, mainly the Freemasons.
Oh, but that's exactly what it is. It's a good old boy club, man. Like, I mean, like, think about it, man. Like, anytime, man, you could just pick up a phone and call a judge, dude. You know, like, as soon as you find out, okay, you know, you're in this. Well, I don't care what color he is. Let's just say you're just a rich motherfucker, filthy rich. One of your children fucking gets busted, does something really, really bad. Like, kind of, you know, he's a spoiled brat, can't take no for an answer. Girl tells him no, loses it, rapes the shit out of her, beats her ass, right?
Yeah, I see a lot of stories like that.
Yeah, go to jail and shit. Go before then as soon as you find out who the judge is, your father can literally call a congressman or have somebody pick up the phone, call that motherfucker. The next thing you know, this motherfucker's out of jail, dude.
And that happens mainly in small towns in the South.
You ever heard of a DA reject?
No.
All right, basically, like, the DA has discretion to, like, actually accept the case, right? So, like, a lot of times, like, when we were doing the law, like, the firm I work for, because, dude, like, the last criminal law defense firm I worked for, dude, it was, like, for, like defending scum, dude. Like, I used to defend sex offenders. Like, motherfuckers guilty of 288 cases, right? Come to find out, the boss was a pedophile. I got out of it, yeah. But,
I mean, were you able to handle that? Did that cause a big moral conflict inside
I got
of you?
out of there, man. Remember I told you about Mr. Blackbridge? Like, type it in, like, Blackbridge resource. Like you know, because I got psychic abilities, right? So one day, man, I'm working for this firm, right? And it's called like the Blackbridge resource, right? And his name is like and the motherfucker looked like he's a black, but he looked like Sideshow Bob. So the motherfucking man, seriously.
Okay, I found it. It looks weird.
You see?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
It's
the
called bike
motherfucker
ridge?
basically, man, he was a pedophile and shit, right? So like, I'm working with him, and he's like the rainmaker for the firm, right? You know what a rainmaker is? That's the one who like closes the cases for you. Like they bring the money to the firm. They call them rainmakers, like make it rain. So this motherfucker can get anybody to sign on the dotted line. Like sell like ice water to Eskimos and shit. He used to teach me all kind of slick shit. Like every time we would deal with like Filipino clients, right? They would do this one thing like clockwork. Like every time it's time to like really close and sign the deal, they'll pause a bit, they'll push the contract back to you, and they'll go, now you understand, we're not rich people, right? So we would beat them to the punch of that all the time. So every time we meet a Filipino man, we get ready to close the deal, they always say, you know, they push it back to you, you know, because they like to haggle. And they go, well, you know, we're not rich people, right? So he just like taught me all this slick shit, right? But one day I'm with him, man, and I really get a chance to like feel his fucking energy, right? And it was the nastiest fucking energy I ever felt in my fucking life, dude. Like real fucking nasty, dude. It repulsed me, right? So like I just said, fucking, I'm quitting this shit. And I was having fun on that job. Like I had an office next to like Russell Simmons and all kind of shit. I was having fun in a motherfucker. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So
my friend smoked weed with Russell Simmons before.
Yeah. So fucking I call Arlene Binder. You know, I send him a quick little resignation letter, and I say I regret to submit my resignation because Mr. Black Midge Management style does not comport with my personality, right? So they kind of had a bad feeling with just they called me in the office, right? And I said, look, man. I think this motherfucker has a murderous fucking spirit. And I said, I think he fucks with children. And I said, I don't think he is who he says he is, right? So then we had an in-house detective named Frank Mackey, right? And this motherfucker's like the best like private investigator in LA at the time, right? So I hit him up and I said, look, man, isn't it weird that this motherfucker changed his name? Do you really know who he is? Don't you think we should do an investigation? We did a motherfucking investigation on this motherfucker, dude. This motherfucker turned out to be a convicted pedophile.
Ew.
No shit. And it had like a secret indictment on him some shit like that, right?
So
like
he changed his name.
Yeah, like a secret indictment on him.
What he's been up to.
He was being implicated like in this large pedophile ring and some other shit, right? So after I couldn't stand that motherfucker at one point, man, because he used to try to talk shit to me. So, you know, once I just got that shit done, right, they fired that motherfucker, right? And he lost his mind, right? But we still have some some contract issues with the office space and all that with him and shit. And it was like a big office on Sunset, these things called Fijian suites. You know, that a lot of attorneys buy, man, are like real reasonable. And Russell Simmons had one next to me, basically. But man, this motherfucker, man, he starts sending the female attorneys like weird messages like, take everything a man builds and marvel at the results, right? So I tell this motherfucker, I say, look, man, I already know, because you know, I'm like I could read narcissist. I said, man, he's a narcissist, like to the nth power, man. I said we just inflicted the great narcissistic injury. I said I wouldn't be shocked, man, this motherfucker killed somebody. And I'm talking to the police, right? And I said I wouldn't be shocked, man, if this motherfucker killed somebody, man. You know what I mean? This is after he did his crime, because the police came to question me. And I said, I wouldn't be shocked this motherfucker killed somebody, man, murdered somebody, right? And the police looked at me real weird. And I said, yeah, he killed somebody, didn't he, right? Come to find out, man, this motherfucker killed, because he was in the boys. He killed like this 18-year-old boy from Texas, man, like a guy kind of like, I guess like a starving actor or some shit, invited to a hotel, man. Damn near decapitated him with the knife and shit, man.
Holy shit. That's like Jeffrey Dahmer.
Yeah, real shit, dude. Real shit, man. I detected that shit beforehand, man. I just knew it, dude. I knew this motherfucker was a murderer, right? And one day I told him man, because he tried to kind of get raw on me. I said, look, man, if you know how bad I wanted to break your back for the way you talk to me, man, you'll get the fuck out of my face, dude, because I really want to twist your fucking head off, bitch, because you fucking with the right one right now, dude. And he seen me punch my hand on that fucking pencil, dude. And I said, motherfucker, man, you'll be brain dead before you hit the floor, motherfucker, fucking with me. fucking talk, dude.
So where is he now? Did he have to?
Read that article, man? Like he killed that kid, man. The Blackbeard's resource, man, and Dr. Robert solved the case.
Is he in prison now?
Yeah, under jail.
Oh, dang.
Yeah, some people are evil.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. I mean, the fact
I
that
got
he's
so much trouble, man. That's why I'm kind of blacklisted, dude. Because even at the city attorney's office, man, I found a conspiracy, man, and 2 months later, man.
Dr. Robert's going Serpico on these guys.
Yeah.
We're gonna start a private detective agency.
Man, 2 months later on the job, man, Chief Beck of the LAPD resigns, right? Then they demote my boss, right? And then they can my ass. Look, I figured out how they was doing this shit and everything. And all you gotta do, cause when it comes to when you're dealing with employment law and you're dealing with police departments, you just can't fire these motherfuckers, right? They go through what they call a board hearing, right?
Yeah.
So a lot of times, man, they're forced to confess. But if you force them to confess, right, you can't put them in jail because it was coerced, right? And somehow they did where they still end up getting their pension or their money and punk ass shit like that, right? But yeah, man.
That's where we need to have society. We need the sheriff to have more power so he can arrest these punks.
Well, look what the sheriff was doing in LA, man. Baca, he got arrested for fucking corruption and shit like that, dude. But yeah, man, I'm saying, dude, it's just hard. It's hard to fire motherfucking shit, man. So you got to go through a lot of red tape, man. But basically, so we couldn't use that information that they told us because, it's basically it's the fruit of the poisonous tree or some shit like that. It was coerced, right? But if you find something else, right, you can start the investigation all over again. And that's what I did. I found something else, right?
Oh.
And they end up getting all those files and shit. I saw them doing it too, right? And connected the dots and made them pay attention to shit they wasn't paying attention to. And 2 months later, he resigned. My boss got demoted, and my ass got canned. And I heard him in the corner talking about they was scared of me and shit, all kind of shit. He scares me, man. And it was this one dude, it was this one dude. He was like, oh my God. When I got the news, it was my last 2 weeks or something like that, man. He came up to me, dude, and it was this look of relief on his face. He was like, oh, I'm sorry, man. But you could tell, man, please get this psychic motherfucker out of here, man. Everything up, dude. I was fucking shit up on there, dude.
It sounds like we need to start a private detective agency.
And then, man,
Yeah,
and ever since then, man, I've had a hard time ever since. And I did some other shit too at another job too. It just seems to fall in my lap. I pick up on a clue and I just can't help myself. And I
this could be a show.
I get in trouble.
We'll be private investigators, but we also investigate the supernatural and the paranormal. And we go around and we creep through these old abandoned mental asylums and look for ghosts and shit like that. And then we'll sell the show to to one of these channels, like the Travel Channel. And hey, we'll be famous and we'll make money doing it.
Oh man, I was picking up on so much funny shit up there, man. I had the motherfuckers scared to death of me, man. Because I work right with Eternal Affairs. You know what I mean? I used to, right when I was finding shit, I go up to the police, man. They were serving me and everything. I say, look, man, go question this motherfucker. I write out the whole memo for him. This is what I need. This is what I'm looking for. This is fishy right here. I think so-and-so got it. Go question them motherfuckers, dude. And all of a sudden, man, them motherfuckers start acting real crazy around me. Real weird and real shaky and shit. And then one day they overheard me say, because I work with cops, right? Because it's kind of incestuous. But I'm being the real super moral, trial, trial strategist. And I'm saying, I said, fuck the LAPD, fuck them motherfuckers, cuz I work for the city. My job is to protect the city from all harm. I don't give a fuck about them. I was turning them motherfuckers against my, and the motherfuckers overheard me, man. And man, they kicked me out on my rear end like the motherfucker, man. They don't really want do-gooders.
Oh yeah.
No.
Well, there is a court case. I wanted to mention a court case that I can't remember the name of it. I'm gonna have to find it later. But it was a court case about a sheriff who got wrongfully fired, and he sued the city, and he won. And it made grounds for and it was in the Supreme Court, so it made grounds for us to sue the city if we want. So I mean, technically,
no, there's exceptions. There's exceptions.
Hold on, you might be able to sue for them wrongful termination of your employment, possibly.
No. California's at will. And you have to prove yes at will, dude. They can just like.
Did they write you up before firing you?
No. They just let me go, man. Just let me. They got rid of the guy. They're just restructuring.
Yeah, they can. The thing is, they can always blame. They can just say we're out of money. We're doing this. We're doing that.
Yeah. And I really wasn't under contract. The city contracted me.
Were they in breach of contract?
Yeah, they contracted me. I mean, we like hitman.
Well, were they in breach of contract in any way, or?
Huh?
Were they in breach of contract in any way?
No, not at all. It's at will. Just like and you accept the terms. I had fun there, man. But it was no big deal though. It was fun in the motherfucking. I learned a lot, and I embarrassed a lot of people up there too. I made a lot of enemies.
Oh yeah. Well, next time, when they before you sign the contract, negotiate the contract and put in some kind of subtitle that allows you
man,
to sue them.
I needed the money. It was cool. Cause let me tell you something, man. You could talk your ass out of some shit too, man. I used to tell people that all the time. I tell my nephews, man, and I'm just saying, just when you're dealing with girls like seduction, you can talk yourself into the pussy, and you can fuck around and talk yourself out of it too. Motherfuckers talk too much because less is more, dude. Like sometimes just listening shit and being cool, just less is more, dude, and just just accepting the gifts the blessings that God give you at the time, man, and keep pushing, man. When one door closes, another one opens.
I think the number one problem that guys run into is they waste too much time on the wrong lady. They want to get somebody that doesn't want them, where what they should do is cast a wider net and just focus on the women that are actually
and they move too slow. You got to strike while the iron is hot, man. Emotions change, dude. A lot of guys, man, who misses out on a lot of good sex, man. And I said, I'm not talking about womanizing, just like the guy who wants to be too cool. You want to show the woman you're superior, you're not going to be weak to, her sex and shit like that. It takes a lot, man, for a woman, dude, to be vulnerable like that, man. She's going to show you her body and everything. And a lot of them have poor body image, man. You got to appreciate that, man. It takes a lot for a woman to open herself up to you sexually, dude. So anytime you turn it down, dude, that's an instant turn off, dude. You can fuck around because it took them a lot to even open up to you like that. So when you do that, dude, it's a good chance you might never get that opportunity again. For your information, don't be too cool.
Did I hear a cat in the background?
No.
Who's got the kitty?
Sound like George wanted to say something a minute ago, but he didn't.
Were you trying to get in there, George?
Oh no, I got a conversation going on with my roommate at the moment, so I'm half here.
Ah, gotcha.
Yeah, the courts are shady as hell. When I was a kid, when I was 15, I think I might have vaguely told you guys this story, but this kid, he was a prep. He was super rich. His dad was a judge, and him and his dirt bike friends would pick on me, and basically gang try to fight me and stuff. And one day I just had enough of it because I was a Buddhist, and then all of a sudden it was I just lost it and fucking smashed the dude's head in a drinking fountain. And then I got in trouble for a prank call, and fucking his dad was the judge, and he hammered me. Oof. And I think that he knew that I beat his son up for bullying me, and that these people take it personally, and they'll fucking take the law into their own hands and do all sorts of
corrupts, dude. Power corrupts.
Oh yeah,
they're all be a conflict of interest, and you could get a retrial or something in a situation like that.
Well, it's too much that legitimate these days.
Yeah, you see, that's another thing, though. That's a prime point to all of this. Is another thing that's completely unfair about our society is people who have more money, they can afford the attorneys, they could afford to keep the case going. Like these corporations and rich motherfuckers, they're experts at dragging stuff out until you're out of money and you can't continue.
Yeah, they're worried about their families, not our family, if you know what I mean.
Well, plus they coerce the defendant into acquiescing their right to a jury, and then they coerce them into waiving their double jeopardy clause, and that's unconstitutional.
I find that whenever I sign something, it doesn't matter what it is. Whenever I sign my name, I'm always giving up some kind of rights.
Oh yeah, well that's why the reservation of rights signature, where you can reserve yourself in a contract into constitutional rights. It's the only door in contract law that allows you to reserve your rights in a contract without fully writing out a huge contract, basically.
A contract is basically like laws that you and another party make between yourself. You know, like there's just like these surrounding laws that kind of like dictate like the creation of a contract, but the terms of the contract is kind of like a personal law, because you're doing basically is like you basically, and that's what consideration is, right? It's either like giving up a legal right or some type of financial detriment, basically. So like I pay you, right, to only work for me, right? So during that time, like you've given up a legal right, right, to work for other people, right, in exchange for whatever money I'm paying you, right? That's like a private law between two parties.
Sure.
Yeah. Well, you can in the Constitution
down on those laws a little bit more lately. Like there's more limits now than there were in the past. Like you can only hold somebody to that for a lot less time. Go ahead, Clint.
Well, in the Constitution, you have the right to contract, and that your right to contract includes negotiating the contract, and that they can choose to not accept the contract. Like say you got a job and they wanted you to take a weed test, but then you negotiate the contract, you cross up that line, initial it, and then sign it or whatever, and then it comes time to weed test. It's like, well, you can't weed test me. I negotiated the contract. You accepted the terms and conditions of the contract, and if you fire me, then I'm going to have to sue you for discrimination and breach of contract. And that I mean, it would be a hell of a journey to do all that, but like,
plus you can also say like if they do piss test you or hair test you, whatever, and if they find something, they have to send you to rehab. They can't just fire you. You can really work that to your
So that
advantage.
is, Clint, what you just described there.
What's that?
Our contract law. Well, like the negotiation process can submit a contract is what? Offer and acceptance plus consideration, right? So like you and I, we're negotiating a contract, right? So I'll say, you know what? I'll pay you this amount for this kind of work here, right? And I express that to you, right? And you say no, right?
Yeah.
I want this much money more, right? That's a counter offer, right? So at first, when I first make the offer, if you would accepted it, it would have been an offer accepting. You can't change the contract, right? But in that part of that negotiation process, when I give it to you and then you change the terms and send it back to me, the roles reverse. So now you made a counter offer. So now you're the you're the offerer, and I'm the offeree now, right? And that process goes back and forth until somebody accepts somebody's terms to the contract or change terms to the contract. But that's why they is. So in that case, when they crossed that out and put that in there and didn't read it, and then you went and they created it, then there's a good chance somebody could argue they could be bound. But if you do that and they read and they say no and they change it and they give it back to you and have you be signed it, you gotta comply with that drug test.
Yeah, and the thing to remember about police is they're doing this every day. Like if your job is to do a certain thing, after a couple of years of doing that job, you're going to get good at it, and they know how to trick you into giving up your rights like right away. Like the cops that are good at that, man, they can really trick
what
people.
they've done.
That's what people talk to them. Don't talk to them. They can't make you talk to them. Do not talk to them.
What's going on? How they've erased the constitutional law from the scene is that all the statutory laws, it's all compelled performance of contract, and that like when you sign your license, you're basically waiving your Bill of Rights, and that's why I signed my license with the reservation of rights without prejudice, because I'm agreeing to the contract without reserving my rights. And when I went to child court to argue over my custody of my kid, the first thing I did was what's crazy is the results of what I did. They erased the video footage. They made the stenographer delete my jurisdiction challenge. They refused to admit evidence on the record, and they it was crazy. I could press charges for them acting under the color of law for violation of due process.
If the jurisdiction, man, that's a tricky one, dude, because like when you talk about like the first thing they teach, like you go to civil procedure law and they teach you jurisdictional analysis, right? And it's like purposeful evasion plus minimum contracts. It's all this what they mean by basically like
before you get ahead of yourself,
just in virtue of you like just driving on their road, you're under their jurisdiction. Because and this is the way to explain it. If you're driving, right, and somebody hits your car, right, and damage your car, right, you want to be able to take them to court, right? And you want to be able to kind of like compel them to repair the damage to your car, right? So when you're in their city driving your car, right, you put their citizens at that same kind of risk. So just like you would be protected if one of their citizens hits your car and you haul them into court, they have that same protection over you. That's called purposeful availment. Just by you just using whatever's in their fucking city, their roads, availing yourself, like you call the police and you take advantage of that, then you agree to their jurisdiction.
Well, the thing about
and that's acceptance through conduct.
Well, for due process, though, you have the right to challenge jurisdiction, and they have to state the jurisdiction on the record. And they were refusing to do so.
Yeah, but that's what it's like a general. Yeah, you used our road. He's driving on our roads. It's very easy. You know what I mean?
But that's the thing.
It's called fair. It's called fairness, dude. Like I try sometimes it's an issue of fairness. If
you'd have to hear the rest of my argument, though.
Your car, just be honest, though. Just listen to the reason behind it. If somebody hits your car, Clint, and you're driving on their road, you want to be able to compel the court to make them pay for the damages, right?
Yeah, I know where you're going with this.
In virtue, just even if you're not, so in virtue, you're just driving on their road, dude, and you hit their citizen, dude, just because you're using the road to get to your destination, you're stopping your car at their gas stations, they have jurisdiction over you because at that moment, your purposeful availment can harm one of their citizens, or you being in their state, their citizens or state can harm you. So just like you want a remedy against anyone who harmed you in their state, they want a remedy if you harm somebody in their state. And I'm just going to leave it at that.
Well, it's not that I was remedying. It's that I have a constitutional immunity from things that are unconstitutional. And that their jurisdiction was unconstitutional. They wanted me to operate unconstitutional commerce, which violates the gold-silver clause of the Constitution. And in the state of Michigan, compiled laws 21.153 doesn't list Federal Reserve notes as something that can be used to discharge debt to the government in the state of Michigan. And so I was on the record stating that they were, basically, because see, in the law, in the supreme law of the land, the gold and silver money is lawful money, and that anything other than gold or silver money is not lawful money. And that's why in Chapter 12, United States Code, Section 411, it states that Federal Reserve notes are quote unquote obligations in the United States. And see that they're running a scam that's so complex. Oh, damn it. It's like I'm trying to lean on this thing.
So wait, hold on. Let's dump this down so that anybody listening can understand. So you're saying that constitutionally our money is supposed to be backed by gold and silver.
No, it's supposed to be gold and silver. Pursuant to ex parte Grossman, the Constitution must be defined in the common law. And pursuant to Lake County versus Rollins, the government is not at liberty to reach for definitions beyond the Constitution. And that when they're defining money as something that isn't gold or silver, and the gold and silver clause goes as follows: no state shall tender in payment of debt anything but gold or silver coin. And then there's another clause which states that Congress has the power to coin money. And in the old dictionary that's lawfully the common law dictionary, coin means gold or silver or copper, not not paper, not obligations. See, the IMF and the World Bank is the Secretary of the Treasury up until like 2004 was the governor of the fund of the United Nations International Monetary Fund, and that they were exchanging, what was it, like, I don't remember the exchange numbers, but the amount of inflation and interest, and there's so many variables in the equation, but basically they've calculated a made-up debt that they want us all to pay, and that we have to pay it with these unconstitutional taxes that violate the 10th Amendment, the 10 square mile clause, the enumerations clause, the fucking gold silver clause, the fucking the IRS is not enacted into law under the Title 26 of fucking United States Code. And the IRS, see, this is why when I was fucking talking about this the other night, that's when that fucking dude came on and flashed himself. When I was talking about the law, and I was
that's weird.
Pissed and fucking
I mean, I'm just trying to kind of like get that this Constitution thing is more important than I think I initially thought. I mean, this is getting into some really weird shit that most people don't understand.
Well, okay, so I have a Sixth Amendment right to be my own attorney, pro se litigant, and fucking the courts kept pushing an attorney on me, pushing the fucking the process further to where I couldn't argue jurisdiction on purpose. And then
they're going to argue they're trying to protect you.
Hold on. And then fucking so anyways, at one point I'm my own attorney, and I asked the judge flat out, because I was running low on arguments. I asked the judge, can you please state if this is a criminal or civil jurisdiction? And he said, it's neither. It's a child court jurisdiction. And I was like, well, can you please state for the record? And this is where I didn't realize that he was deprivating my Sixth Amendment right to be my own attorney, which is operating of the color of law, which is Title 18, Section 242, deprivation of rights. And that see what I asked the judge on the record. I said, can you please state on the record where I can find this child court rules and procedures for public use? And he said, on the record, he said, no such rules publicly exist. And I said, well, how am I supposed to litigate my case pursuant to the Sixth Amendment to be my own attorney? And fucking that's deprivation of rights right there. I could sue the city of Kalamazoo for millions of dollars right now.
Before a long time ago, they should teach us the law, period. Like just like some type of like law school should be a requirement to be an American citizen. Like everyone should know the ins and outs of the law, dude. I believe that, dude. Like that should be a requirement of just like American citizen, American education. Like to know your rights down to the letter of the law, dude. Because that in and of itself, like people like if everybody had like the mind of an attorney, dude, like it'd be very, really hard for somebody to violate your rights, dude. Like
but see, this gets into the problem again, is that our educational system, it isn't designed to educate us. It's designed so the ruling class can make sure that their own bloodlines remain in power, which has been the same throughout every society throughout time. But hey, I want to circle back, guys, real quick, back to this thing about gold and the Federal Reserve. There's certain points when we're trying to educate people, wake them up, explain to people out there where things can kind of break down for us, I think, a little bit. And I think one of them is who actually owns the, what do you call it, the National Treasury, Federal Reserve. It's my understanding that there's notes associated with it. And people will say, well, Rothschild owns most of those notes, yet there's no like real actual proof for that. Am I making sense?
Yeah, a lot of people run on
I know the Federal Reserve is private, right? It is private. That's
it's like
I think that's confirmed, Dr. Albert.
It's all proof of the world government.
Private.
Oh, private?
Yeah,
well, I would say that
like it'll say that it's private. Like if you go on Wikipedia or if you
the government doesn't own the Federal Reserve. Like it's a private. It's like a private.
Oh yeah, that's definitely private. But for the IMF though and the UN, nobody knows who owns the UN. And fucking, I think that the people that made the Nazis and that made the communists, they're somehow operating through the Vatican and the Crown, and that they made the UN, and that they've created communist agents all throughout time who have basically worked tirelessly to create this current system of law that's being practiced in America, which is unconstitutional and which is a gross violation of everyone's rights. I mean, I could attack it from all angles, metaphorically speaking, about, you know, it's like, one time I was walking, right? I was walking on the street. These cops stop and harass me because I fucking look like a hoodlum and I'm holding the skateboard, and fucking, I'm sitting there the whole time. I'm like, am I under arrest or am I being detained as a witness? The whole time they would not answer me. I said, I want to speak to your supervising officer. They brought the supervising officer. I asked the same questions. Am I being detained as a witness or am I under arrest? They refused to answer. I asked to speak to his superior. I had a whole crew of fucking 10 police standing there in complete silence for 45 minutes. None of them answering my question. Am I under arrest or being detained as a witness? And fucking, I could sue them for that. Up to this day, I could sue them. I could sue the fucking Kalamazoo because they willfully committed a crime. They willfully deprived me of my constitutional rights and fucking.
I'm glad you brought that up because and it goes back to that power issue again. Because Farrakhan tried to sue the ADL, right? And the judge threw it out of court, right? But if you know anything about the elements of defamation, he had a strong case, dude. And that's again, dude, it's all about power.
Well, what was this about? What was the case about?
The argument is just basically they called him an anti-Semite, right?
Yeah.
If you understand anything about defamation, right? When you kind of like harm somebody's reputation, that kind of hurts them financially, right? Then you're liable for defamation, right? Like whatever you said devalued the power of their name, right?
Yeah.
So basically, but also truth is an affirmative defense, right? So if Farrakhan is telling the truth about what he said, right, then that's not defamation, right? So Farrakhan's argument basically is when I talk about the Jews being slave owners, right? Right? He said I just use Jewish scholars. These are none of my personal opinions. This is just a compilation from your own scholars who say these things. And you're calling me an anti-Semite for things that I got from your own scholars who happen to be Jewish, right?
Oh, yeah.
And he was suing them for billions of dollars, right? And the motherfuckers just threw it out of court, dude. And if you know anything about the law and defamation, he had a case, dude. It wasn't frivolous, dude. And that's what I mean, dude. They do what they want to do when they want to do it.
Yeah, see, I never understood why Farrakhan has a negative reputation. I've always felt like the things. Wait, I mean, maybe I shouldn't say this. The things that he's saying, they ring very true, especially if you're somebody that's through topics.
Well, if the ADL hates Farrakhan, then maybe he isn't a bad guy.
Yeah, I mean, he's not lying. I mean, maybe he gets into the verbiage too much, but and then I mean, you can blame.
Look at it this way, man. I'm gonna be clear with you, man. The charge of anti-Semitism is the greatest weapon they have. And see, if Farrakhan had the evidence, because I don't know the ins and outs, right? But basically, in the discovery process, at that point, man, defamation will become more defined. And defamation as it pertains to anti-Semitism will be more defined, right? So what happened basically is that the power of that charge could potentially get weakened, because then the court will start to define things as not being anti-Semitism, specific things, quoting a Jewish author, who has a credible reputation in the fields. That's not anti-Semitism, right? So then they won't be able to. So then if they accuse anybody of that, right, that is using a responsible, reliable source, right? Then they could be found liable for defamation, like Farrakhan charged them. So
it's the greatest psychological trap and manipulation that the human race has ever experienced.
Yeah, it is.
Oh yeah. Well, they do that a lot in Michigan, where the courts, there'll be pro-Constitution people that'll drive without a license, and they'll get the case thrown out, but they won't get it. The courts will willingly throw the case out because they don't want it on the record that people could quote the case and then drive without a license.
And that's another sneaky way of doing that too. If
Yeah,
they can't help but put it on, then they do a thing where they don't publish the case. So
yeah,
like
that's
you can find these non-published cases, right? And you can't refer to them, right? Because they're not published. So, but you know, so way around that, basically, like you go in there, you find the cases that they used, and you try to make the same argument in court versus your case.
What's that? What's it called? APAC? Is that what it's called? APAC?
Oh yeah.
AIPEC.
Yeah,
I think so. Like every president's a member of it.
Foreign interferes. That's the best way to describe them. Most of our politicians do more for them than they do for the American people. Look at where your money's going now. It's going to their causes, not ours. Our tax dollars, the money that they take out of our paychecks and shit, and take from us for other shit that we put in the pot that's supposed to be for us. This foreign organization is pimping our elected officials, most of them, and getting them to steal our tax dollars from us and give it to them.
Oh yeah, it's economic slavery.
Going back to the Federal Reserve, how can a Federal Reserve that's meant to be for the people be private where we can't see who owns the notes?
Oh yeah, they've never audited the Federal Reserve, and that William Cooper does this one episode where he talks about this video that they played on CNN of Fort Knox, and he was like, they fucking stacked all the gold right next to the bars, you know, in the cage or whatever, to make it look like it was full of gold, but there was really only that one wall right next to the bars, and that there was no gold in it besides the tiny amount of visible gold, because he was like, Fort Knox is empty, and fucking they're sitting there operating on fucking promissory notes from the world government to keep this fucking economic slave ship afloat. That's it all boils down to this William Cooper episode about that new covenant with England, where England and the British power had this thing called the Anglo-Saxon British Israelism. And it was about, it's an Anglo-Saxon conspiracy, and that it's very intense. And that the other part of that,
that's like the WASP, the White Anglo-Saxon, whatever. Like I'd have to look that up to remember, but that's getting back into
Anglo-Saxon Protestant.
Anglo-Saxon Protestant. This is getting into the whole thing about, okay, maybe it's not the Nazis per se, but the people who backed the Nazis and created them, they're just as racist and they believe all the same shit.
Adam Weishaupt, when he was exiled from Bavaria, he went to Saxo-Gotha. And as you know, the royal family of England, their last name is Saxo-Coburg-Gotha, from the two families merging. That's why I shared that Ring of Power video with you guys. But that's also where you got to listen to the William Cooper Be Your Own Prophet episode, where at the end he gets into this system that's been used, and where the British Anglo-Saxon movement is claiming that this is the fifth Aryan fucking civilization. And fucking those two episodes, the New Covenant and the fucking that Become Your Own Prophet episode, he documents the Anglo-Saxon world conspiracy, which NASA Webster further documents with the connection between Weishaupt and the Illuminati and the royal family. And that I believe Weishaupt was most likely a Jesuit, and that he was pretending to not be a Jesuit. And then all the goals of the Illuminati were the same goals of communism: to destroy the family, destroy no ownership of private property, hence the warranty deeds instead of allodial titles, and fucking
you will own nothing.
Yeah, the whole doctrine. See, it's like you can go to eBay or any website and fucking try to find a Russian book that isn't communist propaganda, and fucking especially before like 1980.
Well, that gets into this agenda of these people that go around the world, and they use Islam to do it. They use the conquistadors. They use the Spanish Inquisition. they erase entire cultures because they're trying to. They want to be the ones that write history and say how things went down. And in reality, you had giants, you had dragons, you had all kinds of crazy shit that's become mythology.
Well,
right?
The socialists are colonizers. That's why.
No, but it's also the structure of our brain too. Like we have what they call like a historical linguistic consciousness, right? So our frame of reference is historical and linguistic, right? So if you control that framework, right, then you control the way people behave. And that goes back to the meme again, dude. Like I talked about the meme before. Look, meme, gene, it sounds the same. Like the gene is the building block of life, right? And the meme, according to Dawkins, is the building block of consciousness or culture. So, like, you have jazzy songs that are catchy and shit. It just creates like this conscious cohesiveness, right? And then we kind of all start jiving together and shit. And these memes kind of connect us. Like the Q, that's a meme. And it infected a lot of people's mind and it created a culture. So now you got these group of people, they're called QAnites. You know what I mean? And it started from one meme. And it created like this alternative like culture of consciousness, right? And that's all a meme is. That's why language is so dangerous, man. Like, I mean, this really is magic, dude. Like, it really
memes are magic.
A linguistic disease, like Terrence McKenna says, and William Cooper comes to the same conclusion with the alchemical meme. And it's dangerous. They're crafting culture. That's what they're building. A culture. The symbol of the culture is the blacks that is creating Solomon's temple. That's what it is. They don't say there is a real Solomon's temple. And then even Jordan Maxwell says that the wall that they claim is Solomon's temple is some kind of Roman temple that's the reason for the yarmulkes in the Vatican is for this temple. And that it's some kind of ancient Roman secret society. And that underneath the Vatican, you'll find ancient Roman fucking Mithrite temples. And that the Mithra cult of sun worshippers, they're the ones ruling the world currently. And that's what... Well,
I'll give you another good example of that too, man. It's like, it's something like, it's a concept to an NLP. It's called hallucinating. You guys know what that is?
Elucidating?
No, hallucinating.
Oh, hallucinating?
But this is a technical term, though. In like NLP, it basically means how like when and it kind of Jungian too. When you're so possessed with certain ideas that it literally affects the way you perceive the world. Like earlier today, like you and I had the thing where I talked about like I made a mistake with that guy's name, Terry Mullis. You remember that? And those guys got on there and they're like, it's Terry Mullis. And he just assumed I was talking about the wrong person or I was lying or I wasn't making sense, basically. And then I explained it to him. But see, it depends if they have they have something against you or they think like, they have white supremacist beliefs. Like they literally let those beliefs shape what they see, right? And I'm pointing and they're saying shit, oh, I know so-and-so like making this joke, right? And I point to my language and I say, look, man, it says there, I met him. When did I become I know? And at the time, dude, I was in junior college at the time. I was even at Berkeley.
Oh yeah, he tried to put words in your mouth.
Yeah, he was a surfer, dude, and he was teaching me how to surf. And he knew Terry Mullis. And when I went to meet him, Mullis was visiting at the time. And that's what happened basically. But they start making up all this shit that wasn't even in my language in the thing, and that's called hallucinating. But you know what it's a sign of?
Demonic possession or influence?
It's a sign of brainwashing.
That's interesting. I was going to say schizophrenia.
Because it literally affects how you see the world. You're so dialed into this idea and this belief system that if you even suspect that anything might even be attacking it, right? You'll automatically go to whatever talking points they have, and that's why you see they commit all these straw mans. Like you notice, like they literally put words in your mouth. It's like, did you read the fucking tweet?
Well, I've seen that one professor lady that you're friends with. I've seen her get harassed by racists, and or even this gun dude that's on my Twitter. He's black and he owns a ton of guns and he's pretty cool. But
can you give us examples of like things that they were saying? Like, how were they harassing her? Like,
they were low key egging her on, and then it was like, and it's like this lady is so so you know, she's had these people do this to her for so much. She's like in this state of constant defense, and that it's really fucked
No,
up.
that's true too. That's true too. That's trauma. That's trauma. Like, look, like it's just with a girl, man. It's just trauma, dude. I give you an example, man. You want to see some fucked up shit? I was dating this girl, man. I'm not gonna say her name, and I was crazy about this girl too. And she's probably one of the prettiest girls I've ever had in my life. And one day, like, you know, we're getting it on, right? And all of a sudden, like, she just freaks the fuck out, dude. And she starts saying shit like, "Why'd you touch me, daddy? Why'd you touch me like that?" Yada 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 yada.
Whoa.
But that's what trauma does, man. It could literally like twist. It can make you time travel almost. Like going to a different time period and see something completely else. And so sometimes when you go through that type of trauma, man, anything that resembles it becomes a habit. It becomes the way you respond, because those are chemicals being fired off. And if you're exposed to, you know how easy it is to form a habit? It only takes 21 days to form a habit.
You know what's weird about that? There do seem to be people that like want to traumatize themselves. Like the dude that gets drunk every Friday night and goes to the bar to pick a fight, and then he gets beat up and he comes home.
Oh yeah, that's called repetition compulsion.
The glass door, and it's like, why is he doing this? Why does he like getting beat up?
That's
like,
called repetition compulsion. That's Freud. I just call it repetition compulsion.
That's crazy, because I've had people
create itself. Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
Like that.
Like you know people like that. Like they're not even tough at all, but they like.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. The little shirt guy gets in your face.
Well, I was at the bar once.
You know, it's called vir veritas. In wine, there's truth. That's a Latin word. So, like, they start telling you how they really feel about you.
Like, it's a little bit of that little man syndrome too.
Yeah, that Napoleon complex.
I think partially also, I think people are like possessed by demons or something. Because I've been at the bar, and some random dude will just come up and try to start a fight, you know, and it's like
spirits, man. That's why the Indians call them spirits, dude. No bullshit. I've seen spirits get on people before. I'm telling you, man. Like I tell people all the time, man. Some of those fights and shit you have, that don't always be them. Sometimes that be spirits, man, just fucking with your shit.
Oh, yeah. I've seen spirits on a psychedelic trip.
Like depression and things like that, and you're vibrating at certain frequencies, man, you attract certain things into your environment.
Yeah. Another thing they can do is they can present you with a bunch of text, right? And if you keep reading it, that pattern will start to solidify in your brain, and that'll actually allow the negative entity to resonate you in a very intimate way, where it's able to even further influence your thoughts.
Well, my
that's why black people say don't start nothing, won't be nothing.
Oh yeah, that's a good phrase. I haven't heard that in a while.
I mean, you ever see Eddie Murphy Saturday Night Live? Like he talked about the difference between like white people and black people, when you know like white people like to go into a house and they hear a ghost, and then the ghost will say, "Get out." You know what I mean? White people, when they investigate it, right? And black people go to that motherfucker, go in the house, and look at the yard, it's so beautiful. We finally got a house. We finally got a house of the dream. They hear, "Get out." Too bad we can't stay, baby. Gotta go.
Oh yeah, Eddie Murphy back then was great.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, I think black culture in a way can be a little bit more accepting of spirits. I don't know if that's like coming from voodoo or Christianity or a combination of them, because I know that there's
Weedy, which is from Gabon, and Iboga is a sacrament thereof. It's the old African animistic folk medicine mixed with modern day Christianity.
What's that called again? What was that first word?
Bwiti, BWITI.
Bwiti.
Oh, gotcha. Bwiti.
Yeah, I've heard Terrence McKenna talk about that one.
Santeria too, man. That's like a mixture of Christianity and voodoo.
Santeria, yes.
Yeah. And you know, but that's just Roman general. That's like just basic Roman philosophy. Like Roman always allowed the people they conquered to keep their own religions. That way they were docile. Like if you let them worship their gods.
Even Alexander did that.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. So that's what that is basically. So a lot of times what ends up happening is a lot of those belief systems got incorporated into Roman Catholicism, because it's accepting of those beliefs and myths. Like a lot of those holidays are pagan holidays anyway.
They were pagan holidays.
Well, the people that took over Rome were pagans, and the people that were in Rome before they took over were also pagans.
Some
So
people
there's a
view
lot of pagans.
Santeria
Well,
as voodoo,
that's how Catholicism
Christianized
essentially
voodoo.
worked as a weapon against the pagans at the time, because it adopted them and then changed it, kind of focalized everything into one core system.
Yeah. And then it turned into accept our Lord or get your head chopped off or go on the Iron Maiden or the rack or whatever.
Oh, man, cold shit too, man. You hear the story about Galileo? You know what they did to make him back off?
No.
No, yeah. They did this practice called, like, it's all psychological too, right? Like, you know, he was standing firm at first, right? And then they looked at the guy who tortured the people, and they looked at Galileo and they said, show him the instruments. Like they showed him what they're going to torture him with, and Galileo's like, you don't put that where? In what? In twist what? In do how?
They coerced him. Yeah, he was under legal terms.
He recanted like a motherfucker. After they showed him the instruments, he recanted like a motherfucker.
In legal terms, that's called threat, duress, or coercion.
Yeah, that shit makes me laugh. They said, show him the instruments, and that motherfucker said, fuck it. You know, but he was still a little bold, because they said some said they heard like a faint whisper where he goes, but it moves like a faint whisper.
It was I think it was Socrates that they made drink poison, because Socrates was questioning someone.
It's funny too, man. You know what, man? Like they had a jailbreak plan. You read the Credo? Like that's the dialogue, the Socratic dialogue. And they actually had a jailbreak for Socrates, right? And Socrates, this goes back to purposeful availment again. And you know what Socrates told her? He said, I'll be setting a poor example for Athenians. Like, I love Athena. Like, I've sat here, I had the best conversations. I was a fair citizen. And they said Socrates is a badass warrior, too. He said, I fought in his wars. And he said, as a citizen, I'm duty bound, you know, to accept their judgment.
So he was a soldier?
Yeah, he said I was duty bound to, and they said he can drink anybody under the table. They said he was, he said, but he was ugly as fuck. They said
wasn't that interesting that Athens is like Athena's state and she's the warrior, intellectual goddess?
Yeah. But he basically said like Athens, you know, I gotta respect the state. Like I'm a member of the state. Like the state executed me, and he drunk his hemlock, and they're all crying, right? But like, you know, like Credo was rich. Like Credo had it all planned, dude. Like the escape had the people pay. And Socrates said, fuck that shit, man. Like the state sentenced me, man. And I'm not gonna be a coward, and I'm gonna take it like a man. And he drank the hemlock like a man. Because Socrates remember, like with Socrates, man, the ultimate goal of the philosopher basically, right, is ignorance, right? To realize your own ignorance, that you know nothing, right? So Socrates was like, he said the same thing the alien said on that TikTok video. Death is a human's construct. That's literally what Socrates says. We don't know what the fuck death is. It could be a good thing.
They had to be onto something, because
I've been there a few times.
Came up with the concept of the daemon. So they were tapping into some kind of like supernatural consciousness, mental enhancement.
Yeah, he was saying he had a daemon. Like this voice that kind of talked to him and guided him and gave him advice. Like Socrates, I mean, that's well known in the philosophical world, man, that he was known to have a daemon, like a spiritual sidekick.
Yeah.
You know, that like, you know, inspired
like a
him,
guardian angel sort of thing.
You know, and gave him wisdom. You know what I mean? Because Socrates, man,
exactly.
Socrates, have you ever read the Euphuistro?
The what?
What's that called?
That's the name of the kid. The Euphuistro is badass. You remind me of Euphuistro, Clint. So Euphuistro basically is like, he's this kid, right? And Socrates literally stops him from making a mistake, right? Like he's going to court, right, to have his father put up on charges for killing the slave, right? Like his own family member, right? So Socrates stops him. Is like, so why do you feel so overzealous? Like, why do you want to do this, Euphuistro, right? And Euphuistro say, because it's a pious thing to do, right? And so Socrates says, like, what is pious, right? And Euphuistro goes, whatever the gods deem is pious, right? So Socrates goes, so is it pious in and of itself, or is it pious because the gods say it's pious? Like, can the gods make anything pious and not pious? So what he's trying to get Euphuistro to understand basically is like, you don't even have enough wisdom. Like, you don't even have enough, like, you don't even know what justice is. Like you don't know what murder is. Like you have no idea, like the vaguest understanding of this concept, to have the gall to judge your own father and say your father was wrong for what he was doing.
That's what a lot of real hardcore Bible thumpers don't understand. Like they'll tell you that something is good or bad because God says it's good or bad. Shouldn't it be good or bad, like he said, unto itself?
Well, that's where I bring up the great philosopher Ghostface Killer with the song Run. If you're in Plato's or Socrates' position,
he was from Wu-Tang, wasn't he?
Yeah. Just straight up run. That's what Florida's for. They can't extradite you to a different state.
Maybe I should.
Yeah, a lot of child support evaders go to Florida.
Yeah, Socrates is badass, man. And and it's interesting too, because that segue into like the Platonic realm of the ideas. You guys know about that, right?
I think.
Are you talking about Plato?
Yeah, Plato basically, like when you talk about like what truth is, basically, or what beauty is, like all we are basically is just like we're instantiations of beauty, like but these imperfect forms of beauty. Because what we're doing basically is we're participating in this form called beauty, which is this pure beauty in the real world. And things that we consider beautiful are beautiful because they participate in this thing, this concept, this indestructible, real, eternal idea called beauty. But it's just like a poor reflection of it, right? But it's beautiful to us because we can see that form of beauty in that thing. Or like hoarseness, like there's a perfect form of horse that's eternal and unchanging in this metaphysical world. And all the horses that we have in our world, in the real world, in the physical world, are just manifestations, right? Of things that participate in this form hoarseness in this spiritual world.
Well,
that's Plato, basically. So we're talking about truth or piousness. Like they have, like some people, they're not subjective. Like they have an objective reality independent of human consciousness. Like truth, justice, beauty, hate. Yeah, they exist in a perfect world and they're unchanging. And all we have is archetypes. And that's why H.G. Whitehead said basically that like everything is just a footnote to Plato. Because even when you talk about Jung, right, and Jung talks about archetypes, right, that's Platonic too. But Jung takes it out of this metaphysical world and puts it in our brain structure, in our psychology. So now you have mothers. Well, mothers is people who participate in this archetype of motherness. Then you have the archetype of the warrior, and that's somebody who participates in the archetype of warriorness, basically. But it's all basically the same thing. Now we're just a reflection of this perfect world, and we're just an emanation of it, basically, but it's imperfect. And that's where you get the Plato's cave, basically, right? Where he talks about this cave, right? And people are changed to this cave, and it's no light, but it's like a flickering candle. So they can see like there's like a hole where they can kind of see where outside world can peep in, and the outside world is reflected on the wall through this candle. So all they can do is see like just like shadows of what the real world is. And that's what we see basically. We have like these incomplete ideas or concepts of justice or truth or those type of things. But he talks about, and it's a way to talk what happened to Socrates basically. And then you have somebody like us, like we're like the Socratic archetypes. We're the gadflies. Like Clint we come in and we go, that's not the real world. They're not showing you the real world, right? But the people have grown so accustomed to the world of shadows, right, that they get mad and pissed off at us, so they kill us, right? Because we're telling them that what they're seeing is not the real world. And then some that we actually show the real world to, at first it's painful, right? Like you've been in this dark room all the time, so it hurts your eyes. It's very uncomfortable, right? Like you have some people, like you have some white people, right, who don't believe racism. We're not going to get into a topic like if it's real or not, but just say like doesn't believe, which taught that racism, but then come to find out it's real, right? It's painful. You resist it. It's hurtful to the eyes because you were kept in the dark. That light of truth was kept from you. But now, so your eyes aren't adjusted to it yet. So now when you see this light of truth, right, It's painful. It hurts. It makes you uncomfortable. It can even make you go violent because you don't want to feel the pain anymore. That's what Plato's Caves all about.
Well, from the shamanic point of view, I would say that to sum up what you were saying about Plato, he makes epistemological cartoons, and that it's like as a shaman and you guys are shamans in a way too, is that the shaman must be like a planeswalker where he can walk through these alchemical memes.
Yeah, exactly.
And see what it is.
Exactly.
And
It's
then
intuition.
try
Like
to
you can only
use.
see the world of forms through intuition,
Well,
like the
that's
third eye.
Well, that's where we
like that all the time. Beauty and shit like that.
Well, that's where it's like we have to use the language of their epistemological cartoon to talk.
And the thing is to bring up
to the light.
epistemology, because epistemology is the study of knowledge, right? So Plato's theory of the forms, right, is both epistemological and ontological, right? Because ontology is the study of being, right? So remember, they have an existence that's independent of human existence, right? So not only is how we know how things are real, right? Because the only reason why we can conceive of mother, or we conceive of water, or we can conceive of beauty is because of these forms, basically, right? So that's where the theory of knowledge is based.
Well,
these
culture.
things make our knowledge real, right? And then it's also ontological, right? Because they exist in and of themselves, right? They exist independent of human existence. So they have their own being. So it has an ontological structure too.
They're objective.
Yeah, objective. Yeah.
There was a thing about where'd he go?
Sorry, Clint. Sorry, guys. I hate to bring things to a close when we're having a great conversation going, and it's getting to a peak. But we just hit the 4-hour mark. Sorry, guys. We'll have to continue the discussion next time, hopefully. But it is now time to say our goodbyes. Let's go ahead and talk to Dr. Robert first.
Hi, y'all. How's everybody doing, man? I'm feeling groovy. Like I said, definitely support the show, man. And the best way to support the show is to subscribe and get others to subscribe, because I know people are hurting for money, man. So, I mean, if you can donate to Daniel, beautiful, man. We appreciate it. But, subscribe. That's free. Like, that doesn't cost you nothing. Like, subscribe and like button is free. It's not even that much effort, man, to just, hit your mouse and click on it, man. So hit the like button, man. It's not hurting you. And hit the subscribe button if you haven't, and encourage other people to do the same. And, like I always say, back to my girl again. Like I said before, man, we got to unite, man, put our differences aside. Even if we still hate each other, man, we have a common enemy. And it's the rich elites and these people in power in the black boule class. And, they're keeping us divided so they can, keep their pockets full and their bellies full and give all this money to, to like people to fund their wars and shit like that, man. If we can just unite for 1 second, man, and get more people in there like ALC are actually like getting our money and trying to get us back as much money as we can to do for our communities. Like, again, I encourage you to go to her website too and see what she's done, despite a lot of congressional, resistance, just by going in there and doing intel and doing recon and figuring out how she can get money and resources and certain like special programs, to her constituents by bypassing a lot of red tape where you have Congress has to vote and you have to do a lot of negotiating and pro and all that shit. But but other than that, man, like I'm saying, man, and love one another, man, and let's try to really believe that we can make changes, man. Like, really believe we can. And show Daniel a lot of love, and I love Clint, Jen, and we had a good show today, man. It was really like Scooby-Doo meets Speed Buggy. We Speed Buggy in the Occult Rejects Scooby-Doo, man, and we get to solve a mystery together. But other than that, man, like, show my girl a lot of love. Go to her website, man. And just, and the reason why you want to do that, man, because then in these red states, right, you can say shit like this. Why is it that AOC can get money to get us this shit, get her constituents this shit, But you motherfuckers can't seem to get money to get us this same kind of shit. That's really what it is. Like, why isn't she can find this money and you motherfuckers can't? So we need more who kind of mirror that pattern. I'm not saying she's perfect, but at least she's trying to represent her particular constituents and make sure that their tax dollars work for them. And at the very least, you can force your Republican people in your red states to reverse engineer what she's doing to make sure them motherfuckers get you your shit first. You guys said that American first shit, and that shit means no foreign interest first for damn sure. Fuck all the race shit. That shit definitely means no foreign interest first for damn sure. We don't want to hear shit about Israel's money going to them, and we don't want to hear shit about Ukraine until we get our shit first. And any politician who ain't bent on getting, let's redefine Americans first. American first is making sure that if anybody gets help first, it's the motherfucking American people, dude. All of us, black, whites, yellow, purple. Whoever puts in the pot, they get first dibs on the money. If it's pulled out of your fucking paycheck, you get first dibs on that shit. And everybody else got to wait. So they can help other motherfuckers long as we get to help first. Period. That's all I got to say. Don't be afraid to give these motherfuckers the finger, man. We don't need these motherfuckers. If they're not working and doing what the fuck we tell them to do, then get rid of them, cuz. Because I personally think they got too comfortable. And they feel like they can do whatever the fuck they want to do. So we have to send them a very strong message and vote a lot of these, and I'm talking about a lot of these motherfuckers that think they're safe. Get their asses out of there and tell them the reason why your asses is out because we told you to do X. You said fuck us and you did Y. And that's why your ass is out in your ear. And Democrats, just like the Republicans, we need to learn how to weaponize special elections more. When we tell these motherfuckers to do X and they do Y, it should automatically trigger a response from us. And that should be in the form of the special election. And we get that motherfucker out there pronto. Dead are the days that the people who represent us don't do what the fuck we tell them to do. And that's all I got to say. Peace.
Thank you, Dr. Robert. Excellent as usual. Let's talk to our boy Geo. Geo.
Yeah, no, appreciate you having me on tonight. Everyone out there, if you can, support the channel. The only thing I really have to say is currently I hold in my right hand a very ancient scroll from a very ancient tree in a very ancient land with writing on both sides describing the spiritual matters as well as their logical scientific points. It's been very revealing. One of these revealings has been the virgin birth. Mary, much like mitochondrial Eve, was a complete genetic repository of all the lines of mankind. When the angel Gabriel came to her and spoke to her, it unlocked something within her genetic potential that caused the virgin birth. And that's pretty much the long and the short of that.
So, mitochondrial Eve, that means that we know that there was an Eve because of mitochondria.
Correct. Well, no, there's one common ancestor that all humans can be traced back to. I look up, I put a wiki article. I think I have a link to it here in the private chat.
Well, that's interesting. That would seem that, in a way, science is proving at least the existence of some type of Adam and Eve.
Not just that, but a virgin birth. I mean, it's completely entirely possible that parthenogenesis would occur in one who has complete genetic information.
Weren't you saying before that there could have been some kind of parasitic twin going on?
Well, that's a possibility too, but that's a lot more complicated. I'm just going with what I said just now.
Okay, fair enough. It's interesting in any case. I know that, in some circles they talk about aliens and reptilians and these reptilian queens that are some kind of brood mothers that contain genetic information for their species and even other species as well.
Well, traditionally, a pharaoh or a king was a genetic repository of all his people, hence why he was the anointed one as king.
Huh. That's interesting. I wonder if that has anything to do with reincarnation.
Absolutely. Okay. For instance, if a follower of Judaism and Abraham was to die without having any offspring, there's a potential that they could fall all the way back to the bosom of Abraham, quite literally, back to his genetic line, start over and go from there. It gets a little complicated in hyperdimensional physics and the multiverse, but that's the long and the short of it in the main timeline.
What's this picture on that you're using for an avatar? Is this a goat with like 6 eyes?
7 eyes and 7 horns, and it holds a scroll with 7 seals. And it's a lamb, not a goat.
Okay, a lamb. Man, that would freak me out if I Is this does this all tie together?
Absolutely. Everything has been lately.
When did you get into this stuff?
I was kind of born into it. That's a really complicated story.
Have you ever had any supernatural experiences?
I have them on a pretty consistent basis.
Have you ever seen a demon?
Yeah.
Can you describe it?
Okay, go look up the Family Guy episode Stewie's Nightmare, and the thing in that is pretty much a perfect cartoon representation of the sleep paralysis demon I've experienced in the past years and years ago.
Did you get rid of it?
Absolutely. I've gotten rid of quite a few.
How'd you get rid of them?
Faith.
Okay. Fair enough. I believe you.
That's all that matters.
Look at this comment from Anything Blue. What if Adam was actually a hermaphrodite, and when he gave his rib, that was the allegory of Eve, created the 2 sexes of humanity?
I have a feeling it's more likely Adam was one of the first, if not, Adam technically was the first human sapient of modern humans to, be born out of whatever. He could have been one of an offspring of something prior that went into a fugue state and then had its memory completely wiped, and God reprogrammed it from there. That's kind of hard to go back to.
What do you think?
Scroll yet.
What do you think of the Anunnaki?
I'm more akin to understanding of the Nephilim in my studies.
Are they the same thing?
Possibly. I think they're more so the descendants thereof. I have a feeling the Nephilim, from what I've been shown, at least, and to the best of my understanding, were the first offspring between modern humans and the Neanderthals. And if you look back at our, human history throughout the past, each iteration of the human species was smaller than the one before it. So they would have looked like giants to them, especially if they were, really tall.
Do you believe in an Illuminati?
I have a very intimate knowledge that there's something at play here where there's a bunch of high bigwig people who are under very dark influences.
Definitely. All right, Geo, aka George. Appreciate you coming on tonight. Any social media or anything you want to plug?
Not really off the top of my head. Support this guy. He's awesome. That's about all I got for now.
Thank you. All right, buddy. We'll talk to you later.
God bless.
And that brings us to the third world assassin himself, Clint.
And the great
Eastwood.
dragon was cast out, that old serpent called the devil. And Satan, which deceiveth the whole world. He was cast into the earth, and his angels were cast out with him. That whole thing we were talking about, the alchemical meme thing, that's these people, the meme, this cultural meme is the brainwashing. Basically, some of them are controlled, some of them are uncontrolled, and they're on this, it's like a runaway train, in the words of Terrence, where these cultural modalities are just, they're driving themselves sometimes, and those are the most dangerous ones, where it's just a straight up runaway train. And that I think that well, I guess I should probably just drop my YouTube and say a couple videos to suggest to watch, but I'll save that. What I'm about to say. What's that?
You live streaming tonight?
Yeah.
All
I was just
right.
gonna, after we get off with this show, I was gonna use the bathroom and then start my live stream. Maybe grab a snack first. But oh yeah, Clint Eastwood, Third World Assassin, and that I upload William Cooper, and that part of that Anglo-Saxon thing that I was talking about, the conspiracy with the Crown and the Vatican. Listen to the New Covenant William Cooper episode. I uploaded it, and listen to the Become Your Own Prophet episode. At near the end, he starts getting into it. The same topic as the New Covenant one. Damn, I keep burping. We'll also listen to the British Israelism. That's I think it's like a 3-part episode, and that talks about the basically the part of the world government that's sucking all the money towards the Middle East, and that this whole I think that we should all I used to write letters to all the state attorney general and the federal attorney general and the congressmen and the senators and the all sorts of people. And I think if you want to like help participate in getting our country back, I think you should write a letter to all those people I just said, and then if you want it, make it first class. They have to sign for it so you know that they read it, and then freaking ask them pursuant to the gold and silver clause of the Constitution, and pursuant to Chapter 12 United States Code Section 411, which says Federal Reserve notes are obligations, and those obligations are redeemable for lawful money at any Federal Reserve bank, which the Federal Reserve banks don't have any lawful money. They can't redeem them for anything. When are we going to get gold and silver money back pursuant to the Constitution, gold silver clause protected by the supremacy clause? Because that's the way that we can stop this corporatism that's controlling the inflation through this private bank that is they make the inflation go twice the amount as the raising of the minimum wage. And so every few years the amount of money seems like it's getting more, but it's turning into less and less and less. And so they're getting work for cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. And that proof of this is how in 1963, when there was still silver money, minimum wage was $1.15 per hour. And that $1.15 back then in silver is the buying power of over $20 an hour. And that nobody's making $20 an hour minimum wage anywheres. And that ask them about the unconstitutional taxes. Say ask why are we being taxed with a tax that violates the direct excise tax clause, and that violates the 10th Amendment, that violates the 10 square mile clause, that violates the enumerations clause, that violates the gold silver clause, because they're not even taxing lawful money. And then ask them, why is it the IRS not enacted into law under Title 26 of United States Code? Why is it? And then ask them, where is the United Nations where is the IRS chartered from? And you can list all the other acronym agencies. Where are they chartered from? Chartered, because it's all the same answer. The 62nd Trust of the International Monetary Fund of Puerto Rico. And that they've got everybody doing business, basically in legalese. They've got everybody under compelled performance of contract with criminal fucking penalties to basically file paperwork that makes it so they're doing business through Puerto Rico. And that's how they get them with this international excise tax, because they're claiming that citizens of the states are fucking doing international business. And that it's all unconstitutional, and it's all economic slavery, and it's all a giant socialist system that's redistributing the wealth to all these foreign countries, and it's starving our people, and it's turning us into a third world country. And fucking it's like the slaves of Egypt, they were charged 20% of their income. We're charged 25. We pay more than the slaves of Egypt. It's like this whole thing, it's like we are being farmed. We're being that was H.G. Wells' last words. I think we're being farmed. And that the system, it's so elaborate that the common person doesn't quite understand fully the mathematics of the system. And
Well, they use the word freedom, and it's like, well, okay, then what does freedom mean? Freedom to move around your cell? Freedom isn't the best word. Like, what we don't have any of is power. Like, if they use the word power, I think things would be more even. Like, they couldn't tell us all that we have power when we clearly have none.
Well, they keep the illusion up that we have a constitution, and that they don't want the American public to know that we're not operating under the Constitution, and that there's internet. The judges, Wayne Cooper quotes the laws, the state, the judges, he even quotes Supreme Court cases that state that the judges are to rule in favor of the United Nations Charter and the United Nations laws over the Constitution. So there, in we can enter into a treaty, but we can't enter into an unconstitutional treaty. And the United Nations Charter violates Article 43 of the or the United Nations Charter has Article 43 violating the War Powers Clause of the Constitution, which says, it's a limiting statement. It says only Congress has the power to wage war, and that's protected by the Supremacy Clause. Only Congress can wage war. And they entered into a treaty that allowed the United Nations Security Council to wage war and then use American troops as their cannon fodder for ever since the Korean War. That was the first war that they usurped American troops, labeled them as peacekeeping forces, and then used them to fucking destroy nations, to fucking help, expand the fucking world British fucking Vatican Empire. This is it's just like Dr. Rob says, it's colonialism, but they're doing it with fucking socialism and fucking socialism, because they'll start off saying it's communism, but then the country never stays communist, besides China. But see, even then it's complicated. This is all the fruition of the Illuminati goals to create a godless world government that fucking milked the masses and created only two classes, the poor and the rich. And fucking that's why the Karl Marx's fucking Communist Manifesto says destroy the bourgeoisie, because the bourgeoisie was the middle class. And I've shown definitions from dictionaries. And I even have a 1966 dictionary that says the same thing. And that fucking they want to destroy the middle class, so then they can pit the poor against the rich. And then they can fucking milk all that even more. And fucking their end goal is for the government to have all power and for there to be more government.
Then you got to ask, what's the middle class? Just people that have a little more, like they have a little bit more stuff and a little bit more of an education. They're not geniuses. They're not the brightest people out there. They're just like normal people who have a little bit more, that aren't completely dumbed down, aren't completely dirt poor. That's all it really means.
Oh yeah. Well, it's like they destroyed the middle class basically in the 90s when NAFTA and GATT was introduced. GATT was actually re-signed, and it was first signed in like 1910 or something. But like that's when they took the production power away from America, and they made it so big companies like Ford and all these other fucking computer companies could, instead of paying Americans and having Americans make it, they had foreign countries. And that's why Karl Marx was pro world trade, and that he wanted free world trade. He emphasized it over and over in different books and so on, and that the free world trade was to make it so the production power of the country was gone, and that the middle class would disappear, because it's like Henry Ford. It's like when he made the Ford 40-hour week, at the time everybody was working like 80 hours, and Ford revolutionized Ford made the best place to work anywheres in the country, where they were getting 40-hour weeks, they were getting profit sharing, they were getting fucking all sorts of benefits and stuff. And that eventually all the big corporate mergers happened, and eventually the government took hold and started controlling the businesses through government grants, charters, or government what's that called, grants, I think. But there's a couple different terms that they use. But
back in the day, you could literally just go out and look for a job, and if you found something, you could be good for life. It's not like that nowadays. Like, inflation goes up fast. You work at the same place 5-7 years. Suddenly, you're hardly getting paid jack shit. Forces you to go somewhere else. You have to constantly keep reinventing yourself nowadays.
Oh yeah, even in like the construction business, people, I mean, the minimum wage should be 25 an hour, and fucking you'll be lucky if you get that. And fucking, you know, people in the construction business who know what they're doing should be getting at least 50 an hour. And fucking you know, they're just milking us. They're milking us with the interest. The interest on the unconstitutional currency is a fucking hidden tax that's fucking taxing us more and more. Because when they give Ukraine money, they're not giving it to them. They're creating it out of nothing. And then they're putting it into circulation, which makes all the other dollars that are already in circulation worth less. And fucking that's how they that's their whole plan, is to that's why I always bring up that cartoon from the New York Times of like 1913 with Trotsky, and fucking it says spend under the guise of recovery, and it says break the government, bust the bank, and all these things that are happening. We're seeing it all coming to fruition, these communist Illuminati goals. And fucking the power that they have, you know, it's like they've taken the constitutional law and then they've destroyed the 10 square mile clause by extending federal jurisdiction to all the states. And then by the time that'll happen, it was all incorporated under a private corporation that was owned by the
we got to wrap up here. Sorry.
Oh yeah. Oh, you're good. Yeah, I forgot. I gotta get on.
Right on. Well, everybody head over to Clint's channel. If you still got some life in you, head over there and enjoy. What are we calling it now? Illuminati News.
Yeah, Illuminati News. Clint Eastwood, Third World Assassin. And if you add me on Twitter, there's like 10 different fake accounts that people made to mock me.
Man, you're getting a lot of abuse. I don't get abuse like that. What is it about you?
I don't know. I was incredibly disappointed in that person that flashed people on my YouTube. You know, that was incredibly disrespectful. And, you know, I'm trying to bring knowledge, and there's some fucking animal that fucking came on and fucking did that. And it's like, it's just ridiculous. I can't believe it happened to you too. It's like, these people are just fucking, they're all Marxists. They're all fucking.
Yeah.
You know,
but in my case, it's like, I know who did it, and it came after like some drama and stuff. Like with you, it's like, they're just fucking targeting you.
Oh yeah. Especially because I was talking about, I was on a roll talking about how William Cooper was murdered basically, and how they were trying to shut him down, and they were trying to shut down the constitutional movement in the 90s, and how fucking I was talking about the laws with the IRS and stuff, and it was all mid during that. Then all of a sudden this person pops on the screen, you know, and they didn't have anything. They had like a profile image of some kind of cartoon or something, and then, you know, I brought him on and was like, hey, how's it going, you know, and then it's like, what the fuck. You know, it's like,
So, you know, obviously I've been through this before. What you do is you say, I'm sorry, I need you to show your face on camera before I let you on the panel.
Yeah, that's what one of the viewers suggested to me, which I'm definitely going to do, or possibly even quit doing the open invites, even though sometimes there's some really interesting British people that come on.
Yeah, you can do it. You can do it. Just make them show you their face, because they're not going to show you their face and then show you their dick. Like, you know, that's, they get arrested or something, or at least have something.
If that happened in real life, that's practically, I think that's technically assault. And like, technically, if somebody assaults you, I'm pretty sure you can legally whoop their ass, but I'm not, don't quote me on that or anything.
Yeah, well, sorry that happened. I mean, that sucks, but don't let them discourage you. Power through the vile nonsense. And I will talk to you next time, buddy.
Oh yeah, I did have Robbie Marks on the other night again too. I can't remember if I told you that, but yeah, talk to you later.
Peace. Robbie Marks, awesome. Head over to Clint's channel if you still got energy left. But I'm going to run through the rest of the show really quick because we want to get out of here before that 4.5 hour mark. We'll try to do it. Let's do that mind-blowing moment of the day. Okay, so mind-blowing moment of the day, I would have to say, I actually liked when Dana from last week's guest. I didn't expect her to pop on, but loved when she came on and kind of joked around and asked if JJ Vance was single. I thought that was that was hilarious. Came out of nowhere. You know, she didn't want me to put the camera on her. She was a little embarrassed. She wasn't. Maybe she wasn't as fixed up as she usually is. I don't know. I thought she looked great, but I thought that was hilarious. Really starting to understand why Dana has so many fans. She's very great researcher and has some charisma, definitely. And along with that, what a great interview with the cast of Occult Rejects. My God, was that fun or what? Always like having Nick, formerly known as the New York Patriot. I mean, that's what I called him for years and years, New York Patriot, but now he's Nick. So cool having him on and getting to know his crew over there. He's got a great team of researchers over there. I know Jin kind of hangs out there sometimes. You know, we love Jin, very great researcher himself. I'll be going on his show soon as well. Sorry about the limit on the amount of people that were able to jump in and hang out with us. I guess this has a limit of 10 people, and I even had to like kind of remove somebody temporarily so that I could let somebody in. So I totally get that's a little bit annoying. If the show continues to grow at a rapid pace like it's doing now, and I continually keep getting hit with that message, I will upgrade so that we can bring more people on at a time, or at least have more people in the backstage. I do apologize for that. And don't worry, I'm not going to let it get all crazy where it's just a big mess. I mean, obviously, we're going to have to limit things a little bit. I never thought I'd have to say that. We did hit a new record tonight for live listeners. I believe we topped off at 374 live listeners, which is incredible to me. That's a lot of people listening to a live show. That's pretty cool. I mean, it's not millions or anything, but for a guy, you know, hanging out in his room doing a show, that's not too freaking bad. Must be something there. Must be something End of Days Radio. That's all I got to say about that. Sports. So Caitlin Clark set to be #1 draft pick next season. Good for her. I did catch a little bit of her playing. She was very good. You know, I finally bit the bullet. I bit the apple and I checked out Caitlin Clark. She's cool. What can I say? I don't have anything against her. She's a great player. Seems to have a good attitude. Great role model. It's nothing but positives all across the board. You know, there's nothing I can criticize with her. She's working hard. She's a great athlete. She's not, you know, one of these bluesies going around showing their G-strings. She's doing something great in the world of athletics. She could be the next Michael Jordan. I heard that millions more people are getting into college basketball, and especially women's basketball, because of her. So there you go. Also, AEW, you know, jumping over the world of pro wrestling, Tony Khan released the backstage footage of the fight between Jungle Boy Jack Perry and CM Punk. I watched the footage. I'm not sure why he did it, other than maybe to show that CM Punk threw the first punch, you know, make it seem like he initiated the violence. But if I remember correctly, CM Punk never said that he didn't throw the first punch. In fact, I think he said that he actually did. I don't remember everything he said correctly, but I just felt like that showing that tape was not very classy, and it was underwhelming and probably not worth doing. So felt like a desperate ratings grab. I really hope that AEW focuses more on storylines and creating a product that's appealing to the mainstream. I love wrestling matches, but it's a little bit too hardcore wrestling matches. I think that's the main criticism of it at this point. So they really need to work on that if they want to compete on an international level with the WWE. Please work on that. I'm begging you. What little I can do, my small platform here, to appeal to you, Tony Khan, if you hear my words. Elon Musk, if you hear my words. I thought that guy that Elisa Jordana was beating up on kind of looked like Elon Musk, just a little bit, like a little slightly more nerdier version. Felt bad for the guy. Apparently he's got a lot of money. Why not just spend like $500 at the strip club instead of giving $2 million to, you know what I'm saying? Smarten up, buddy. I appreciate all of you so much. You are the wind beneath my wings. Please go to endofdaysradio.com and donate. Really need those donations. But rest assured, the show will always be free for you and me. Love you guys. I'm Daniel, signing out from those broken, crumbled ruins of Babylon. I stand amidst the rubble of a time long forgotten. As I sit here and contemplate the future, I consider myself among greats, scholars, wise men, deep diving researchers, magicians, and I'm humbled by it all. Yet, here we go, traversing into the time stream, into the end of days, into the final judgment, completely unaware for the most part. Did we wake up too early? We have to ask ourselves. Perhaps we did, or perhaps not. Perhaps everything is going exactly as it was planned to be. I thank you guys for joining me tonight on this End of Days Radio, this special episode where we teamed up with the Occult Rejects. I hope that you join us next week because we have quite a bit planned. We've got symbolic studies coming on the show next week. Stay tuned for that. There will be a week off on the last Friday of this month. So just throwing that out there for everybody so you know that that will be an off day. And then we have plenty more shows scheduled. Go to endofdaysradio.com for that updated schedule. You go to endofdaysradio.com for everything. Good night, everybody. Good night.